open this fourth hearing of the Senate Environment and Communication References Committee's inquiry into the algae blooms in South Australia. We're here today in Victor Harbour, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners in the land on which we meet and pay our respects to their elders past and present. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to welcome everybody here today. It's great to see people in the public gallery watching along. And it's wonderful to be down in Victor, where, of course, some of the first sightings and reports of this bloom started. I'm the Chair, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, and I'm joined today by the Deputy Chair, Senator Grogan, and Senators Cadell, Walker and Pocock. And Senator McLaughlin will be joining us via teleconference a little later in the day. This is a public hearing, and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking any evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as contempt. It is also contempt of the Senate to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and we will determine whether we insist on an answer, having regard for the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request, of course, may be requested at any other time. I remind senators of our obligations under the Behaviour Code of Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I would also ask witnesses to remain behind after you've given your evidence just for a few moments as to whether our Secretariat needs to clarify any terms you've used or references, or make sure you've got the dates for questions to be taken on notice. If I could ask everybody in the gallery to make sure your phones are switched to silent, please. Thank you. And answers to questions on notice are due by Friday the 26th of September. Now, as you know, we started off these series of public hearings in Adelaide on Tuesday. We were at the Seacliff Brighton Beach Club. We've been to Port Lincoln, and yesterday we were in Ardrossan, and we're very pleased to be down here in Victor today. I want to thank the Bowling Club for hosting us and for helping facilitate us being here. I now welcome representatives from Cape Calamari, the Southern Fishermen's Association and Southern Rock Lobster Limited. Thank you all for being here. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection you have as witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I need each of you to give us your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, so the role that you have, the organisation you're representing, for example. So we'll start on this end and we'll work down the table.
Thank you, Senator. My name's Tom Cosentino. I'm here today representing Southern Rock Lobster Limited, which is the research arm of the Southern Rock Lobster industry in SA, Victoria and Tasmania. I also work with the South Australian Blue Crab Pot Fishers Association, and they've given me permission to provide some evidence today, and I've mentioned that to the Secretary as well. So they're the two fisheries that I'm representing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Cosentino. Mr. Eates.
Nathan Eates from Cape Calamari. I'm a sixth-generation commercial fisherman here on the Fleurieu, and I've been fishing myself for the last 15 years.
Wonderful.
And Keith Rolling, I'm the Executive Officer of the Southern Fishermen's Association. I also provide executive support to the South Australian Professional Fishers Association, which Nathan is a member of, and also the Charter Boat Fishery Association of South Australia as well.
Wonderful. Now, do each of you have a short opening statement for us? Okay, we'll start with you, Mr. Cosentino.
Would you like me to deal with the fisheries together or separately, Senator, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter,
Sure.
That's fine.
So I'll start with perhaps the more fortunate news is that so far the algal bloom hasn't really crossed over with the footprint of commercial southern rock lobster fishing in South Australia. It also hasn't been at a time when there's a lot of fishing activity occurring. So at the moment, we're not aware that there are any impacts to the fish or the fishing of southern rock lobster in South Australia. It typically happens in deeper water and certainly not within the Gulfs either, which is where the impacts have been more greatly felt. Fishing for southern rock lobster will kick off at the end of this month and generally runs till about Chinese New Year, which is around the end of January or February, depending on the calendar. And that's why we haven't seen any impacts really in 2025 on commercial southern rock lobster fishing. Blue crab, on the other hand, is unfortunately a different story. There's been a significant catch rate decline in the Gulf of St Vincent, and the commercial operators in that Gulf have elected to stop fishing. The Spencer Gulf is at the moment holding up and looking pretty good, and catch rates are what you would expect around this time of year, and the boats are still fishing there, and checking in with them day by day, they haven't experienced catch rate decline yet. We're not sure what that means because it was a similar story in GSV before catch rates did decline. There seems to be like a bit of a sunset period before you feel the impacts in earnest. And I can give some further detail later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eates?
Yeah, so I specialise in catching calamari, and 100% of what I catch is sold to local restaurants here on the Fleurieu. I own over 8 tonne of calamari quota, and I now haven't caught a single one since the 18th of April. From mid-February, started to notice some changes in the water and the way the squid were acting, but we didn't think too much of it. Then in March, they disappeared completely from the area I was fishing. We didn't even know the bloom existed at that stage though. I then found where they'd moved to in April and had some pretty good fishing for a small period of time. We had a storm roll in over Easter, which pushed some algae-affected water all along the southern Fleurieu coast, and from then on there hasn't been a squid seen in the area. As it turned out, and from what we know now and have seen along the Metro and York Peninsula coastlines, they were escaping the affected water in larger numbers than normal, seeking refuge in clear water, moving up to 5 kilometres a day to stay in that clean water. The only bit of hope I'm holding on to is that squid calamari are the only things we haven't seen wash up dead yet. Amongst all the other species, we still haven't seen a squid or a backbone of a squid wash up dead. So we're hoping that they're seeking refuge somewhere, maybe in deeper water, we're not sure. But in saying that, only 24 kilos of calamari has been caught commercially in GSV since July the 1st, and that would normally be well over 20 tonnes. Same goes for other commercially valuable species. They've been severely impacted, and it's just not viable to go fishing for them. I think we need to do some in-depth assessments of the environmental damage and fish stock levels and act accordingly on that. I look forward to getting out there and working with SARDI with some of this research moving forward. I think it's really important for the marine scale fishery to have some long-term financial support in place from the state and federal government to help us survive until fish stocks are sustainable and businesses can resume on a viable level. A commitment to this needs to happen ASAP, in my opinion, to help give the industry some confidence for the future and help alleviate some of the mental health battles going on. It's an extremely stressful time for myself and other commercial fishers, and our mental health is suffering. We're watching our businesses that we've poured our heart and soul into for years and years just being destroyed, and there isn't anything we can do about it. It's not only the licence holders that are struggling, but also all our workers that are associated with our businesses. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rowling.
So the Lakes and Coorong fishery is a multi-species, multi-gear fishery which operates in the lower lakes, Lake Alexandrina, Lake Albert, the Coorong, and on the ocean beach adjacent to the Murray mouth. Key target species are pippies, or known as gool cockles, probably more colloquially, on the ocean beach, and then mulloway and mullet within the estuary, and golden perch and carp, amongst other species in the lakes. There's 36 licence holders. The value of the fishery is $28 million, and it employs 192 people in the region and through the state. As in all the other, from all the other fishing industries you've spoken to in your hearings, the fishing industry in the lakes and Coorong are the first line of environmental stewards for the fishery and for the environment more broadly in this region. The fishery has been impacted by the bloom, in the first case by a mortality event of pipi on the ocean beach, and then subsequently there's been a closure through brevetoxin for the pipi fishery. And then within the estuary, there was a short-term Carinea algal bloom within the lagoon, a lot of localised deaths of worms and bivalves, small fish through that area as well. More recently, that lower fish demand and lower prices have impacted on licence holders in the fishery, as you've heard from a few different people through your trial around the state. One of the unique factors around the lakes and Coorong fishery is the fact that the environment has such a driver. It does everywhere, but in particular in the lakes and Coorong, water being delivered from the Murray and the Murray-Darling Basin has such a driver in relation to the fishery, and so you can positively influence what's happening in the fishery through influencing what happens with the water. And actually in the fishery, the fishing activity and the gear available to fish with on an annual basis is directly linked to environmental performance indicators within the fishery management plan. Discussions are ongoing between Southern Fishermen Association members and government regulators on the timing and delivery of environmental water in the Coorong throughout the rest of 2025 and beyond, and there has been a focus on minimising the risk of ongoing algal blooms and improvement of the health of the Coorong and the Southern Lagoon in particular. The other thing, so we focused a bit on environmental water delivery in our submission, but we're also a member of Seafood Industry South Australia and fully support their submission on behalf of the broader seafood industry, and Nathan covered off on a lot of aspects of that in his opening address as well.
Thank you. Could I ask you, Mr. Eates, you said you first noticed that there was a lack of calamari. Can you just, whereabouts exactly was that? When did you first notice?
So I fish either Cape Jervis area and right up to Carrakalinga along Normanville coastline. At the time I was fishing down around Cape Jervis, and the squid were just acting differently. We were starting to catch them in areas we've never caught them before. In particular, like in 2 foot of water, we had our motors up out of the water so we didn't hit the bottom. It was just strange that they were in there. We couldn't work out why. And then all of a sudden we just couldn't catch a squid in that area. And this was, February into the start of March. But we didn't know about this algal bloom then, and we just noticed now, in hindsight, that something happened then.
When did you first become aware of the algae bloom?
Probably about a week after the surfers started saying they had impacts down here, mid to late March. And that's when we started thinking, what's going on? That's obviously why we're not catching anything. Where have they moved to, or what's happened to them? Hence, in April, I found them up the coast further along the Normanville coastline.
The surfers talked about feeling sick, rashes, breathing problems, and that is actually how the first kind of lot of public concern that there was something in the water. Had you experienced anything like that, or have you?
Probably not early on, but I definitely did in April. So my eyes were stinging, I had a sore throat, and even yesterday I had to go out and tow a fellow fisherman in that broke down, and my throat was sore the whole time I was out there. An hour back on land and it's gone.
Some of the fishermen we spoke to, in fact it was a calamari guy yesterday who fishes in the Spencer Gulf, said that the health impacts for him has meant he had to take time off work, time off fishing, because it's like you get the cold and you're sick. You can't go to work. Is that a similar story to what you're hearing from some of the people in your
probably circle? Not as severe as that. I love it. I love going to work. I'd have to be very sick not to go to work. So yeah, we sort of pushed through it a fair bit, but yeah, definitely seen sore throats, stinging eyes, bit of rashes and whatnot. But
Yeah.
Generally, the feedback from licence holders in the Lakes and Coorong were very similar in regards to localised when in and around the bloom, particularly around the Murray Mouth for a period of time when the bloom was hanging around the Murray Mouth, travelling through that area, ending up with those similar symptoms to the surface in terms of that, and also sometimes on the ocean beach. But nothing in that long term or some of the other more sort of extreme symptoms that have been talked about as part of some of the earlier evidence.
Yeah, thank you. One of the themes, obviously, that's coming through over the last few days is what financial support looks like. And there's obviously some state and federal government grants that have been funded. Have you had access to any of those as yet?
yeah, so I have, and I'm still working through some exceptional circumstances stuff at the moment to try and access some more of that. I also received the drought relief, which turned into the Algal Bloom $1,500 grant in the form of vouchers, which was foodland vouchers or fuel vouchers. To be honest with that, half of that fuel vouchers have gone to attending meetings to do with this bloom around the place. Yeah.
Yeah, we did hear a bit of that yesterday as well.
It's definitely appreciated, and I am feeling helped from the government. It's just ticking all the boxes to access it has been the challenging part.
Yes, and the longer term outlook, as you're saying.
Yeah, so the tier 1 stuff that I have received now, that's pretty much gone to bills. I haven't caught a squid since April. There's bills were piling up. They had to be paid. So yeah, most of that's gone, but we're definitely going to need something moving forward. I don't know what that looks like, but yeah.
If perhaps Mr. Costantino, you might be able to reflect on this, given the blue crab catch numbers and the pausing of that. So the industry themselves have decided not to catch the crabs because they're just not there. That's what you're saying?
That's right. Yeah, it gets to a point where the catch rate becomes uneconomical.
Yeah.
And so they've just made the business decision to stop fishing because fuel is expensive and deckies are expensive. And so getting out there to catch small volumes of crabs doesn't pay. So they've made the decision. The blue crab fishery is quite different to the marine scale fishery. There's fewer operators, much fewer operators. There's actually only 2 businesses that operate in the Gulf of St Vincent. One has mitigated their losses by moving their fishing vessel to the Spencer Gulf and decommissioning one. And the other business has 1 vessel and has decommissioned it. So it's in a sense more profitable to not fish at the moment.
Yes.
GSV. But the industry supports their ability to make that decision themselves rather than have the fishery closed. And within the harvest strategy for the blue crab fishery, there are mechanisms that drop the commercial allocation based on the catch rate during what we call the March survey, which is the independent survey carried out every year. So the industry is happy to rely on that harvest strategy to essentially close the fishery if the catch rate meets that bracket within the strategy. So the practical impact at the moment of deciding not to fish and closing the fishery is exactly the same because there's no commercial fishing occurring there right now.
The Seafood Association was advocating to us the other day, Mr. Rowling, which you're a member, that in order to supplement the closing of fishing or the closing of the Gulf or the pause of certain catches, that some type of job keeper payment should be made available. Would you all, what's your response to that?
So if I start, the only remedies to this we think are the magic wand that disperses the bloom or financial assistance. particularly in the blue crab fishery, businesses are heavily capitalised and they have large debt, and obviously interest accrues whether there's an algal bloom or not. So I've made an application through the association to PIRSA for licence fee relief for the September quarter, and I've got to say PIRSA have been really helpful, and we're working on having licence fees for the September quarter waived or actually refunded because the licence holders paid in advance. The other financial support is we're kind of working on the concept, but I know that there was an announcement about the Regional Investment Corporation possibly developing a product for producers affected by the algal bloom and by drought, so I suppose it's quite similar. But really the support would have to be the ability to renegotiate loans to a product that either has no interest or interest doesn't accrue until the effects of the bloom reduce. No requirement for principal repayments because naturally, like Nathan mentioned, you're not producing an income anyway. And then possibly the ability to refinance out of that loan when and hopefully things do recover, so that you can go back to, I guess, like a more commercial product with a bit more that's a bit more malleable when things improve. Mm-hmm. So they're the sorts of financial support that the blue crab fishery would be seeking and is seeking. On the lobster side of things, again, we haven't really. It's a little bit of an unknown at this stage, and we're quietly hopeful. But I've run the Southern Rock Lobster Industry Research Fund for almost 8 years now, and in that time we've had research projects which look at the impacts of algal blooms, but only in Tasmania so far. So as a South Australian, I've always thought it's something not quite close enough to home to worry about. But the financial support for that fishery, I think, would be largely in a research space, and something that the east coast of Tasmania has done really well is use mussel and oyster farms as sentinels for the bloom and any associated impacts. And that way we can sort of divide the fishery up into zones, and if a closure is required, you can close a smaller area than a larger area, which obviously industry is quite supportive of. And there's a public good in that as well, in that you can continue fishing and boats can still go to work, even if a part of the coastline is impacted, but not all of it.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up on the finance?
Sure.
Just wondering whether you have, what the reception has been like, if any, from financial institutions seeking renegotiation or deferrals of repayments and so on. How has that been received?
So I spoke with a licence holder this morning who said they haven't had the conversation with their banker yet. They're expecting it, but they've had a plan, and this is one licence holder, so it's not representative of the whole fishing sector. But they have a plan that they can make their current loan work until March of next year. But if the bloom persists beyond that, and I suppose a lot of businesses will be in the same boat, if the bloom persists beyond that, there is no plan.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. So in terms of that financial support, I think you've been quite clear about what that might look like. From what we've heard, my sense is it would differ. The idea of a JobKeeper type idea relies on there being staffing, whereas I think you've got a lot of owner-operators or small to one. Can you just maybe talk us through, just while we're looking to the future at what may or may not work, we just need to be really clear about what's going to fit.
Yeah, so in the marine scale fishery, every business is different. Everyone is different. Mine personally, there's 3 of us involved. We're all business partners. I'm the licence holder. I don't know how that JobKeeper stuff would work, but I know the grant stuff, that goes to me as the licence holder. My parents are the other 2 shares in my business. I pay them year round when we work together. Everyone's got a different role within the business. My dad actually left a very good job. He was driving the sealing ferries to Kangaroo Island. Left that for his last 10 years of his working life to come and work for me. a year later, he doesn't have a job now. So, yeah, a JobKeeper would work in that sense, but would have to tick all the boxes and go to business partners as well as employees.
Because your father, for example, wouldn't be considered an employee.
That's correct. But he's a part of the business.
Yeah.
Our business is in 3 different names, running under Cape Calamari, but I'm the licence holder directly.
Yes.
And I think that generally would be the case across all the different fisheries that I mentioned, actually, the charter boat, Lakes and Coorong and marine scale, in regards to either partnerships, but that owner-operator. So when you look at the different levels of relief that have been applied, it started with the licence fee relief, which Tom talked about, and I've been assisting, the associations have been assisting fishers in getting that. Myself, there's been close to 50 people that have gone through that process, and I think 45 have been approved, and then that links across to the grant program, but that is in the licence holder's name. So therefore you're coming into that, however the business structure is, and it does vary enormously, the people who are employed, how does that flow through to them? Which is where I think some value in something like JobKeeper to keep skills within the industry can add some value as this rides out. But as Tom said, you get to a point eventually where, well, how long do you keep that going? And that's the unknown in relation to what's happening with the bloom at the moment. But certainly when you look at fee relief and into the grant programs, I think a few of the guys yesterday talked about it'll keep them going for a period of time, but then how does it, so either there needs to be further investment along that path, or you need to see the magic button to remove, the bloom from, and then the recovery of the fish stocks that comes with that, hopefully afterwards, given marine systems are very resilient.
Just touching on that, when Keith said the bloom ends, I think we're going to need funding and support beyond that, because what damage is done, especially the marine scale fishery, we're obviously a wild catch fishery, we're not farmed, we don't have stock in pens that are still alive anywhere. We're relying on going back out and catching wild seafood, which we don't know the impacts properly until the bloom ends and the stock assessments are done.
So whether there might be some breeding programs or whatever that would be needed.
Yeah, just because the bloom may end tomorrow, the fish stocks may not return for 3 or 4 years. We don't know.
Don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah.
And in terms of the breeding cycles, do you see much variability in any of the things that you catch year in, year out? So are there things that we can look at that might help us understand what an effective breeding program might look like?
For the marine scale fishery, it's a multi-species fishery, so it's very complex. Where calamari, they've got a lifespan of 18 months, whereas other fish are slow growing, potentially slower breeding. I feel like squid could come back a lot quicker than other stuff.
And then in an area like the Lakes and Coorong, you've got access and egress through the Murray mouth, so the importance of connectivity with the outside system, and then what's coming through from an environmental water delivery point of view that fits in, which influences size of fish stock, recruitment, all those other factors that go on as well. So yeah, there are a lot of external factors, and no species are created equally. That's the challenge, is exactly what Nathan said. Yeah.
So, Mr. Riley, with the impact or the connectivity between the Murray system and the ocean, and obviously that area that you're particularly concerned with, what role does the Murray-Darling system have in terms of the mouth and the Coorong?
Well, the Coorong in general, so water delivery, if you'd imagine in an unregulated system, you'd have water flowing down. You'd have low flow years, you'd have high flow years, but there's such regulation within the Murray-Darling Basin system that it is completely changed. Even within the Coorong itself, you have barrage systems which control water delivery and timing and flow. And probably in the last 10 years, since the end of the millennium drought, there's been a little bit more thought about how water's delivered and a little bit more discussion, but there's so many competing priorities in relation to water delivery as well, over and above just fish, in relation to that too. So I think when you look at the system, and a classic example would be the algal bloom. You had a bloom that was happening on the ocean beach. You then had a storm event, which we were hoping for to dissipate the bloom, and wind direction, which forced some of the bloom inside the northern lagoon of the Coorong. at a time where if you had fresh water coming out, you might not have had that happen. So that's the interrelation of what goes on and what happens. But effectively, the Coorong is driven, by the environment, particularly the fish stocks within the Coorong and other, and plants and macrophytes and all those sort of things are really delivered, are basically driven by either saltwater coming in or fresh water coming out at different times, which is why when you have and there's been lots of discussion about the flood event. That is
I was going to ask you that.
That is good
yeah.
for the Coorong because you have water come through that's unregulated, which basically boosts the system. It impacts on fishing activity in the short term, but you then get this boost of the system from a productivity point of view. So those sort of events. But if you can time the little water that's available at the end of the system, you can maybe influence some of the things that go on in relation to these blooms by having fresh water, which is the algae, although it's tolerant, it doesn't survive in really fresh water, might be able to influence what happens in the future with regard. And algal blooms in the Coorong are common events, particularly in the southern lagoon of the Coorong. The challenge here is a Carenia bloom, which has all these other things associated with it, and what that looks like into the future. And as I said, discussions have started, but from a Senate point of view, making sure that those discussions get carried through and are looked at in terms of how environmental water delivery, I think, would be really beneficial, not just to the Lakes and Coorong fishery, but more broadly to the system.
Yes, well, of course, we'll be spending the next 2 years looking at the review of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan precisely for that point. So, noted. Thank you.
So the other thing I'm quite interested in is how you see the role of fishers and people working in the system contributing to the science and the monitoring.
I might start. Effectively, we've been working with SARDI on looking at getting into monitoring programs, both from a marine scale and charter in the marine environment. And in the Lakes and Coorong, because the impact hasn't been as great, it's probably more, continuing with the same way as things have been done. But I think it's integral, and I mentioned at the start, and a lot of people have mentioned about environmental stewardship. Nathan mentioned around mental health and being able to undertake an activity. You would have heard that from people at different times. I think it's really important, for fishers to have a stake in looking at what's happening and recovery and all those other
Restoration.
things. Yeah, and restoration. So I think it's vital to be involved in that, and those discussions are happening, and we're working through those, how to get people involved. Again, there's a finite amount of money in place around it at the moment, and you've heard that already. So hopefully as we go through, there'll be a continuation of programs happening to make sure that people are involved going forward as well.
If it's going to take possibly 3 or 4 years for recovery of fish stocks, that's 3 or 4 years worth of time and energy that could be spent restoring the natural environment, monitoring, research. It sounds as though, Mr. Eates, you're raring and ready to go to do some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Any excuse to really get out there and feel productive at the moment, because even when we do go out at the moment, we're just not catching anything. And yeah, if you get the feeling that you're actually doing something with a purpose and being out there for a reason, it can only be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Senator Walker
Yes,
has some
Senator
questions.
Walker.
That's okay, Chair.
Thank you. So I know you've already touched on sort of some of the mental health impacts. I think this committee is really keen on understanding the impacts on people's mental health and the community more broadly. I think it's important we understand the impacts just so we can make sure that when we are thinking of the well-being of everyone going forward, we can make sure we've got all the right measures in place. So I'm just wondering if you'd be happy to sort of go into how you're feeling in the industry in terms of your well-being, but also any sentiments you hear in the community, and, if you can think of any, I know that, no, I'm not a mental health professional, but if you can think of anything specifically that would be helpful in terms of support going forward.
Yeah, so I can only speak for the local fishers that I speak with, and our local community on the western side of the Fleurieu. The mental health side of it, like, I go to work to catch fish. When we go out and spend days on end not catching a thing, especially calamari, what I fish for, it's pretty daunting. You go home and you just sit there and think about, when is my next squid going to come? When am I going to make money again? You think, oh, go for a walk along the beach to clear your head, walk along the normally beautiful Normanville and Carricalinga beaches, and there's just dead stuff everywhere. It stinks, and yeah, you'd know full well how beautiful those beaches can be with beautiful clear water, and it's a war zone down there. It's horrible. You've got all the locals down there. No one's taking their dogs on the beach because they're worried. There's local swimming groups that they go swimming daily. They won't put their heads under the water. They're still walking in the water, which I probably wouldn't be doing, but yeah, they're not putting their heads under, and you just see them at all the different coffee shops during the day. They're asking me, is it going to end? When's it going to end? And it's just a sense unrest around the community. No one wants to go to the beach, and I fear in summer everyone comes to our area for the beaches in summer. And if this is all still here in summer, yeah, I don't see why anyone would have the reason to come.
So I've heard a new term after the start of this algal bloom called eco-trauma, which I'd never heard before actually. And I think it crosses over to all those aspects that Nathan just talked about. You know, people's affinity with the ocean. You know, we're sitting here looking at you, but behind is a beautiful vista of what people really love to see. You know, what's happening out there on the water.
You've got the better side of the table.
Yeah, we have today. One of the things that, from a fishing industry point of view, there's a program called a Stay Afloat program, which was set up a few years ago nationally, and there has been some additional investment in that Stay Afloat program, and it is, I think, from a fishing industry perspective, in my opinion, and I'm not a fisherman, but from what I see from it, a really useful resource for people to come through with. But the uncertainty of what's happening means, it's not a short-term discussion with uncertainty that goes in, but there is that is one tool that I think can assist in terms of that part of the program. But I really think in an ongoing sense, the mental health side of it. People who fish, whether they're recreational, commercial, or go out on charter boats, love being out in the natural environment. There's a lot of commonality between commercial fishers and rec fishers in regards to why they do go out there. They don't want desk jobs. They don't want to be sitting in that place. And I think that is going to continue to come forward as people can't do what they really love doing.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
I'll try and be quick because I think we've covered a lot of ground there. Can't speak for everyone here, but no one here is saying we don't want to do more, right? So there's a lot of something going on my mind. You mentioned about the RIC and the structure of how that would work. How is now we're talking about that. The current RIC offering has to have 50% commercial bank, 50% RIC loans, is my understanding. You have to qualify for the commercial loan, qualify for the RIC loan. So forgetting the name, Rick, you're talking about a new product that would just tide over current debt for a little while or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. Yep. It wouldn't matter who the lender is or what the product is, so long as you were having less money out than you currently do.
Okay. You haven't caught a calamari in 147 days.
Yep.
How long before that were you non-commercial? We're not catching viable catches.
The day before,
literally.
I went from catching a lot on Good Friday to absolutely zero the next day.
147 days without an income.
Yep, and it went from hero to absolute zero.
Wow.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Have you put in any, and you don't have to answer this as personal, I won't feel bad if you don't want, have you had to put in any steps financially to keep going, survive? Have you spoken to your bank? Have you had...
No, I haven't at the moment, and with this grant program, it's keeping me afloat at the moment.
Yep.
But for how long, we don't know. Hopefully there's something out there to catch. We're still trying to diversify into some other stuff, and that's the beauty of the marine scale fishery. There's a lot of different species we can target, but unfortunately a lot of those are very low value species, and when seafood is struggling to sell as it is, those species are even lower value.
Mr. Constantino, you mentioned about decommissioning crab, 3 boats, 1 operating, 2 decommissioned.
Yeah.
What's the value of a crab boat?
Of a crab boat?
Yeah.
Oh, it can vary.
What would be the value of these ones roughly?
$2 million.
Right.
So the largest boat which is moved would be a $2 million boat. A couple $100,000 for a smaller boat.
Okay.
Each employing 1 or 2 deckhands, which are laid off now, casual deckhands.
Okay. As we go forward, don't just stick your testimony today. If you can come forward to committee, because when you're talking about the business owners, when you're talking about directors of your company, you're talking about how we do stuff. It's really important if you can have more of those sorts, like your RIC stuff. So don't hold back. If you get any ideas, just phone us up and let us know, because as we go forward, the how is as important as the what to us. And we aren't, every time I go outside on a boat, I add to the burley count in the ocean. I don't do much more than that. But you guys are out there all day, so we need that first-hand knowledge. So please just keep us informed. If you have any great thoughts, you're saying people want to feel, empowered, tell your communities. If they've got any ideas, still come to us, because we're reporting in some time. So please just come up with what you got. Thanks.
Good point, Senator Cadell. Senator Pocock.
I wonder if you can tell us a little about what's going on in terms of skills and employment. People like your dad, is he looking at jobs somewhere else? Those people who are looking at whether their jobs are going to come back or not, are some of them bailing? Are they finding jobs elsewhere? What's going on in the labour market?
Yeah, so with my personal business at the moment, it's still only fresh. It's 150 days since we haven't caught anything. At the moment, we're just flat out, we're doing maintenance, we're tidying things up around the place. I can't speak what's going to happen in the next 3 months. We're hoping that the bloom will end and these squid that no one's seen wash up dead, but no one's also caught, may just come back in. We don't know. We're living on hope, but at the moment we're just sorting out stuff around the sheds and trying to keep busy.
I think from different stories from different people, but one of the things that I've heard, and again looking at what can assist, the potential when people aren't operating to upskill in regards to their qualifications and tickets. The challenge is paying for that at a time when you've got no income, depending on what goes on or happens. So I think something like that probably has some value, and that's not necessarily taking advantage of a situation. That they are skills and qualifications in a marine sense that are needed anyway. People are definitely, the maintenance of the boats and things like that are ones that people are doing often during winter. There's a slight lull in certain fisheries and people do that anyway, so that's been part of it. One of the things I will say is I think the major impacts are happening 100% for different people. When we talk more broadly across the sector, when you get into your spring, this time of the year and going forward, things ramp up a bit from a catch point of view. And I think that, so although there's definitely been huge impacts, the possibility if this continues is exponentially higher in regards to that.
This is the low season.
Yeah.
Tourism and fishing.
We're just coming into our fishing season now. This is from now on is when we're busy.
And that's a real common theme across nearly all the fisheries, I think, in general. In fact, some are closed like that lobster through the winter period. So, yeah, I think the diversification, continuation of skills and employment and all those, maybe we need to sit down and think more around structure around that. I know it's one of the key pillars Seafood Industry SA have looked at as part of theirs as well. But coming in with some ideas in relation to that might be really useful. But I think you'll find, different people diversify. The charter boat fishery in particular, nearly everyone went and got a different job for a period of time. Some on the mines, some working for different maritime construction companies. So I met with the guys a couple of nights ago and they were talking about these different experiences, different things they'd been doing because there was either no ability to catch fish or no custom for a period of time. Yeah, through that.
Which has a flow-on effect for the local community. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. You guys were first impacted, and we've seen since March the bloom move in various parts. Could you just tell us a little bit about what that's been like from March to now? Is it a constant? Do you see, dead marine life come and go? Periods where the beach is great, periods where the beach isn't. What does that actually? What has your experience been over that period?
For me, I'm on the western side of the Fleurieu, so southeast winds are generally offshore. The west-northwest is onshore. We're definitely noticing that the bloom will disappear when we get a few days of southeast winds. And then as soon as we get these northwest-west winds, there's just foam everywhere. It stinks. That's when we're getting all the fish kills, all the stuff washing up. Definitely comes and goes, but once the damage is done, it's done, really. We think with the water's clearing up at some stages, so we head back out fishing. The water looks good. The next day, it just looks bad again because we've had that wind change.
Okay, but significantly dependent on where the wind's headed.
Seems to be very weather dependent on where it's going. Yeah.
Cool.
So I might talk the pippy resource that we talked about, and I mentioned a die-off, so that happened reasonably early in the bloom. It wasn't straight away. There was a record biomass on the beach, and a lot of the larger pippies died, but the younger pippies underneath, smaller pippies, didn't. So you had this period of die-off while the algae was in the area, and then the algae dissipated. Those pippy that are there are still alive. However, they can't harvest them because of the brevetoxin levels within there. So there's no algae, but brevetoxin has persisted, which is a real challenge. And even having the crystal ball about when they're going to deprecate, when they're going to get rid of the toxin, it's similar discussions to what are being had in relation to oysters, mussels, abalone in different parts of the state. And in general, so Nathan, said he hasn't caught a fish since, when really the bloom happened, or a calamari anyway, since when the bloom occurred. Guys like Stansbury, that ground zero, Edithburg in Gulf St Vincent, same scenario. It's just persisted. So, or it moved, but when it moved, it still hung around in the areas so it just got bigger. It grew. It didn't shift.
Didn't disappear.
Yeah, it didn't disappear, and I think that's probably a common point around people in certain areas, so they could move if they had the ability to move, and people do, depending on if they trailer their boats, they could fish ahead of it or do things differently. But in the end, they haven't. There's no area that I can think of where it's said, "Oh, well, fish are back" or things are back.
I think that's the key question, isn't it?
Yeah, because in some areas, people are saying, "Oh, well, the beach looks great and we can walk along it now and we feel fine." But then what's the impact,
actually in the ocean?
In the ocean,
so since all this come through our area, we would get really blue, crystal clear water. Since this has even started, it's always got a greeny look to the water. It might look clear, you might be able to see the bottom, but if you just look out of it, the water just looks green, where it used to be blue and clear. And I think that's the leftovers of what's happening. There's lots of sediment through the water. It might not be the Carinia, but it's all the leftovers and all the effects from it.
And the dead things decomposing on the sea floor.
Yep.
Thank you. I just have one final question, and that's in relation to the licence fee relief. Could you? I'm sorry to do this, but I want to know the value of that when we're talking about the kind of financial support for people. That's one tool, but what are we talking? How much is that really worth?
So licence fees is different for everyone depending on how much quota you hold. There's a base licence fee and then a quota attachment to that. I don't know the exact number of mine, but it's between 11 and 13,000, I believe. I have been approved to get the refund for the last quarter of last financial year, which was around 2.5 to 2.8, I think.
That's amazing. If you haven't caught anything since April, since Good Friday, we're talking a small amount of money.
Exactly.
A small amount of money.
The only one I'd say there, Senator, is that's now been linked to the grant program.
Yes.
And that's a big change.
Yes. But but even then, depending on if you're a owner operator and a small player versus a big player,
that's right.
We're still only talking 10,000.
For the commercial guys, the tier 1 is 25,000. The grant plus your licence fee stuff back. But when we're talking $4,000 or $5,000 a quarter electricity bills to run cool rooms, freezers, ice machines, then you add your fuel on top of that. It soon adds up.
You're not going to stay with your head above water for very long on that, are you? No,
we have to catch fish to stay alive.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all for your evidence today. And I just want to reinforce what Senator Cadell said. If there's anything extra that you'd like us to know or further information, please, the Secretariat email address and phone number is open, and you can just send through whatever you need. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Spirit of the Coorong on the Big Duck Boat Tours and the Goyder Institute for Water Research, the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth Research Centre. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you both please state your full names and the capacities in which you're appearing today?
Alec Ralston, Director of the Gawler Institute for Water Research, who also delivered the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth Research Centre.
Thank you.
My name's Joel Hirsch and I'm the General Manager for Spirit of the Coorong and the Big Duck Boat Tours.
Great, thank you. Now, do you both have opening statements for us? Yes? Okay, we might start with you, Mr. Ralston.
Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Gawler Institute for Water Research and the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth Research Centre. The Institute is a partnership of the South Australian Government through the Department for Environment and Water, Australia's National Science Agency CSIRO, and the three South Australian universities, the University of Adelaide, Flinders University and the University of South Australia. It was established in 2010 to provide independent science to inform water-related decision-making. The CLIM Research Centre is based in Goolwa and it works directly with communities and First Nations, as well as management agencies, to address climate change impacts on the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth region. It was established on the 1st of July 2023 following funding from the Federal Australian Government. It is the largest science program ever delivered in the region, with 29 research projects delivered with over 150 scientists and engaging 12 local organisations and over 20 national and international organisations. It's funded by the Australian Government, but that funding is coming to an end in 7 months' time on the 30th of April 2026. Our submission makes three central points. Firstly, this current marine algal bloom is not an isolated event, but it's part of a broader indication of ecological stress that is acting across our freshwater and marine environments. And these stresses include prolonged filamentous and microalgal blooms in the Coorong South Lagoon and multiple freshwater cyanobacterial or blue-green algal blooms in the Goolwa Channel and Lower Lakes regions. Secondly, the impacts are severe and wide-ranging. We've heard earlier about the impacts on fisheries, but also on other industries, livelihoods and business, but also biodiversity and ecology, cultural values, and the well-being of communities and First Nations. The knowledge needs that are needed to understand these impacts go beyond the funding support provided by state and federal governments to date. We recently held an event at the Coorong Lower Lakes Murray Mouth Research Centre on the 5th of September that was talking about the algal bloom, but also introducing the potential impact around avian flu coming to Australia, and hearing about the eco-anxiety that communities are facing. And we heard very clearly on that evening of the emotional burden that communities and individuals are carrying relating to this algal bloom. And the third point is that we emphasise the need for coordinated long-term investment in science and partnerships to underpin decision-making for this current and future bloom events. The Gawler Institute has submitted over 125 research priorities to the South Australian Government for consideration, a package worth approximately $60 million. The economic impacts of this bloom, I anticipate to be well beyond $60 million. Investing in the science and the knowledge to inform decision-making is critical and is a good investment for the future. So we strongly advocate for a collaborative and partnership-based approach to address these knowledge gaps to inform that decision-making and planning. We also advocate strongly for an integrated approach to marine management. There have been a broad number of South Australian Government agencies involved in the bloom response, each agency having different focus areas and responsibilities. A coordinated marine management approach should also encompass a catchments to coast and marine approach. And the Gawler Institute has been working with the Environment Institute at the University of Adelaide, Hills and Flurio Landscape Board and other partners to understand the nutrient management knowledge gaps to help inform the challenges that are facing our marine environment as those contaminants flow to the sea. And Professor Andy Lowe will be talking more about that aspect a little bit later on today. So to conclude, investing in the science to inform decision-making is critical for building environmental, social and economic resilience for future bloom events and environmental challenges. The science and research must underpin this decision-making so that we can respond with a sufficient evidence base. And federal and state governments have the opportunity here to show strong environmental leadership by investing in that science and research.
Thank you. Mr. Hirsch.
I'll just give a bit of a background to our businesses. So Spirit of the Coorong and the Big Duck are sort of long-standing nature-based ecotourism operators based here on the Fleurieu. Combined, we sort of operate marine and river-based wildlife experiences from here in Victor Harbour off of the Granite Island Causeway. We also operate seasonally from Warina Cove on the western Fleurieu Peninsula, and long-standing with Spirit of the Coorong from Goolwa into the Coorong National Park and Lower Murray Mouth. Both businesses are advanced ecotourism, and we deliver sort of guided interpretation, environmental education, and also citizen science initiatives through our businesses. We sort of first observed the Karenia micomotoi outbreak back in March with the beaches off of Parsons and Waipinga, and we've sort of been monitoring it fairly closely ever since. So we're sort of in our 7th month of having the algal bloom on our waters. We sort of initiated fairly early in the piece regular water sample collection through our citizen science networks, looking at testing waters along our tour routes, and part of that sampling water and looking at particular cell counts of Karenia. The impact of the harmful algal bloom for us has been real no disruption to operations at all. Throughout the bloom, particularly with the Big Duck, we've still been on the water 6 days a week. Thankfully for us, whales seem to trump algae, and having that draw card has certainly been fantastic, particularly for the Big Duck. Numbers are actually up on last year. So in terms of visitation for the south coast here in Victor Harbour, that's a good news story. For Spirit of the Coorong, I guess the rhetoric around the algal bloom, perceptions around health and just general coastal environments, that perception versus reality for the environmental impacts that we were seeing on the water caused, I guess, fear amongst our consumers and an impact to tourism confidence. We saw many inquiries coming through around our operations, if we're operating, if we're still seeing wildlife, the impacts to those wildlife, and also around health as well. We sort of were fairly proactive in the tourism space by putting our own update pages very early in the piece while the outbreak sort of occurred here initially. The response, I guess, was largely only seen once the bloom sort of moved into the metropolitan beaches in Kangaroo Island. But for the beginnings in April and March, April, May, we were sort of on our own here fielding it. We did have a cockle die-off on Goolwa Beach initially. We saw with afternoon Coorong tours on our return coming back through the Northern Lagoon from the Maori Mouth back to Goolwa. The afternoon sea breezes brought that Karenia into an airborne state. With the sea breeze, you could see the sea mist come over. Pretty common, but then we noticed guests having respiratory issues, coughs on the boat.
Time frame?
This would have been mid-April when that respiratory issues started occurring, and it coincided with Nullakoi, Kuti, Pipi, cockle die-off on Goolwa Beach. We addressed those health concerns. Luckily, we've got internal boats on the Coorong, so we could bring guests inside, and that eased any respiratory concerns by bringing people from outside internally, and it was only for an isolated period over a couple of weeks. Really, that's the only major environmental impact that we've had, is that health concern of respiratory issues back in mid-April.
But not since then?
Not since then, no. We're still testing waters regularly with citizen science, and to, I guess, reaffirm consumer confidence about the levels of Karenia in our localised particular tour routes. and interpreting that information. We've got frequently asked question sections on our website and a dedicated algal bloom update pages on our website to address concerns, which also links back to water sampling data and also the government's algal bloom page where people can direct it to extra resources. But yeah, I guess that's us.
Could I just ask, the regular water testing that you're doing, how are you doing that? Where's that come from, given we know that the state government testing is pretty patchy?
Yep, and that's improving slowly. There's always been good water testing through the Coorong and Lower Lakes, again through CLIM and other resources. That section of waters has been very closely monitored and has been for a number of years.
For a number of reasons.
Yeah, for a number of, that's right. And I guess dews sort of start to pick up to then show the concentrations of all sorts of algae, and including Karenia micomotoi, which is the key one that people want to talk about. We work closely with Kangaroo Island and Victor Harbour Dolphin Watch, monitoring local dolphin populations here, one of our citizen science programs that we support. Through that particular citizen science group, there was a number of people that were interested in algae and approached us early in the piece about taking water samples and then using their expertise, but also their networks, to go and talk to algal experts about upskilling certain members of the community to identify Karenia micomotoi and identify cell counts of the concentrations of the algae in the water. So we were pretty keen to go, yeah, we want to be a part of that. And we sort of started weekly testing with citizen scientists along our tour routes. So we wouldn't drive out of our way to find foam slicks. We were concentrating on where we operate and our direct observations, which were indicative of a tour experience with us. Testing that water, there's a delay in that because it takes some time to look at the samples, count them, work with other experts in various areas, which I think has been part of the issues from the government testing point of view as well, having that water testing and then actually having that sampling data then arrive back in a timely fashion. But we were sort of seeing a turnaround in sort of a week, 10 days to 2 weeks of our water samples, and then looking at the actual cell counts. And then we were using that citizen science data and pairing that with other government testing sites to give reassurance to, I guess, about the actual concentrations of micomotoi in our operating areas.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in understanding from you guys what you think the impact of the Murray floods have been. We've had varying perspectives on whether it's a contributing factor to this algal bloom or whether it isn't. So I'd be really keen on your perspective on that.
Okay, so the Murray floods in 22-23, third largest floods on record, delivered a significant amount of nutrients and sediment into the marine environment. At the peak of the flood, that flood plume expanded in and around 40 kilometres offshore from the Murray mouth, and you could see distinct coloration differences. It was visibly apparent where the flood plume was. The Goyder Institute was engaged by the South Australian Government to undertake some investigations around the environmental impact of the flood, including aspects around the impact of the flood plume on the marine environment. That flood plume at the time, so it probably peaked around December and January 23-24 in terms of flows coming down the river. What we saw from satellite imagery of chlorophyll A, which is an indicator of algal response, was that there was a significant algal response during that flood plume event that spread from the Murray mouth across to Kangaroo Island and beyond, and that essentially was fired by the nutrients within the water. There, as you say, there's some conflicting opinions around the causative or contributory aspects to the current algal bloom that we're experiencing. I would say that there is further investigations that are required to determine whether the flood has been causative or whether it is a contributing factor to this. And it has been one of those 125 research priorities that were submitted to the Australian Government to undertake further investigations in that space.
The floods for us were, in terms of environmental impacts, we saw a lot larger environmental impact through the floods than what we have locally in terms of fish kills. While wildlife boomed with the floods, bird life was prolific. Local fish bred up en masse, but as did European carp. And not being quite as smart fish, got washed out with the floodwaters, and we had several hundred tonnes of dead and dying carp washing up on our beaches during the floods. And then also with those freshwater outflows into the marine environment, that freshwater impacted local marine life as well. So we saw octopus and pelagic fish washing back up on our beaches. We had a cockle die off again on the beach because of the flush of fresh water. And we certainly, for us locally, saw a lot more marine kills through the floods, which we considered a natural event and we weren't worried about, than what we've seen through Carenia. But certainly that contributing factor of a lot of marine kills, but also the European carp, is going to add to that nutrient loading which exists out off of here, which we think is definitely a contributing factor to this algal bloom.
It's also very important to state that the flood event did have some very positive environmental aspects as well. So the Coorong Lagoon in particular has had some significant challenges from Millennium Drought onwards. It hasn't recovered in terms of its ecology and species ranges from pre-drought conditions. And certainly in the South Lagoon during the Millennium Drought, salinities were over 5 times that of seawater, and that makes it very challenging for fish and macrovertebrates, so the bugs that live in the mud, to survive under those conditions. And since the end of the Millennium Drought, we've rarely seen a return of those fish and macroinvertebrates into that South Lagoon. Following the flood event, you saw environmental conditions change throughout the Coorong and salinities reduced significantly, including in the South Lagoon. And we did see an increase in range of fish species and the bugs in the mud coming down into the South Lagoon again for the first time in decades. Unfortunately, those positive environmental responses were relatively short-lived. So once the flood flows dissipated, it was about 6 to 12 months of those positive effects before things returned to pre-flood conditions.
Right. And do you have any commentary about the interface of the health of the Murray-Darling system and the health of the ocean?
So estuaries worldwide are recognised as an indicator of the health of river basins. So if your estuary and coastal environment is in poor condition, that's reflective of challenges further up in the basin. In Murray-Darling Basin, we know that river flows and water quality are likely to change as a result of climate change in the coming decades. And so in terms of contaminants coming down the river, in terms of nutrients and sediment, the river has to flow to the mouth in order to move those contaminants and sediments and nutrients out of the basin system. They can provide benefits to the ecosystem, but when there is a misbalance, when there are too many nutrients, when sediment smothers habitats, for example, or as we saw in some of the fish responses during the plume, it can impact on the gills and the actual health of the fish. You can see some of those negative aspects, but it's critical to say that the river has to flow to the sea and that water has to be continued to be delivered through South Australia out of the Murray Mouth in order to maintain a healthy river system.
For those upstream as much as anything else.
Absolutely.
So as, and I guess we're grappling with this interface piece of the Murray-Darling system. The importance of a healthy Murray system to our ecology in general, and how we build strength to try and address issues such as this algal bloom or other natural events that may occur. the relevance of the Murray-Darling system?
Hugely relevant. It drives the ecosystem here, whether it's flood, whether it's drought. The ecosystem moves in flux depending on the conditions in this locality that are coming down the river. We saw during the Millennium Drought, when flows were not sufficient, that the ecosystem nearly collapsed. We're still recovering from some of those impacts. So when we're talking about potential recovery timeframes for this current algal bloom, there's a lot of unknowns there. When we're considering the trophic level impact, so when you have a food web, you have the bottom of the food chain through to the top of the food chain where all the predators. So those different trophic levels along that food chain have been impacted in many different ways, and we need to understand what those impacts are, and that will help to inform an understanding of how long it will take to recover the system. And we may not see recovery in some parts of that ecosystem for many, many years. Some will recover quicker, some will recover slower.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I ask, you've had a series of correspondence with the government. In November 2004, you submitted, the Goyder Institute submitted a preliminary business case to the Federal Environment Minister. Did that include, I'm just trying to work out where this 150 research priorities come in. Was that part of that business case, or is that separate? And where does the where does the 60 million ask come from?
So November 2024, preliminary business case was submitted to the federal government for a phase 2 of the Coorong Lower Lakes Merrimack Research Centre. That preliminary business case is separate to the knowledge needs to
given now
address the current algal bloom situation and future bloom events.
So thank you for that clarification. So you've written to, is it the state government or the federal government in relation to this 60 million?
The state government. Yeah. So that 60 million is an approximate figure because those research priorities have not been fully costed out at this stage. So on the 9th of April, I wrote to the state government as the bloom was in development here locally. We were hearing about the health impacts. We were seeing the initiation of the marine deaths. And there was a lot of angst within the community here about what was happening and what the response was going to be. So I wrote to a number of state agencies that were involved in the response to highlight that the Goyder Institute and the Clim Research Centre were available to share messaging with the community, but also to highlight that there's an opportunity here to develop the research knowledge base to inform the management, not just of the current algal bloom, but also its recovery and planning for future bloom events.
Have you done any, I mean, as you say, 60 million's probably not enough for this big, the response that's going to be required, even just from a research and monitoring perspective ongoing. Is there any figures in relation to what is needed for the recovery process, so the restoration? So you do the monitoring and the research, but we actually need to be restoring the natural environment.
I'm not going to quote an exact figure on this, but to give an example of the catchment to coast perspective that I spoke about in my introduction, we estimate an immediate initial investment of $10 million is needed around restoration of the catchment environment through catchment-based approaches, nature-based solution, retaining water and sediment and nutrients within the landscape, revegetation for natural revegetation areas, an initial $10 million investment in that. However, in order to actually deliver large-scale restoration activities at a catchment scale, you're talking a very much larger and longer-term investment.
You're talking hundreds of millions?
Yes. And then if you consider that at a basin scale for the Murray-Darling Basin that we were talking about earlier, that's a significant increase in cost and scale to address some of the issues in the basin-wide.
Yeah. Have you had a response from the state government to your $60 million pitch?
So following my initial communication on the 9th of April, we had some acknowledgement response at a couple of weeks after that email. Then at the end of June, we received a request from the Department for Environment and Water to develop some research priorities. So the Goyder Institute engaged over 50 of its scientists to develop those initial priorities, and a preliminary response was provided to the state government on, I think it was the 15th of July. We have since updated that as more knowledge needs have come forward from a variety of scientists, both within the Goyder Partnership and nationally, and synthesised and collated 125 priorities were provided to the state's Harmful Algal Bloom Scientific Advisory Panel at the end of August. I believe, and I wasn't at that meeting, but I believe it was just for noting rather for any action.
Okay. We will chase up on that, so thank you. Senator Cadell.
Just very quickly, Mr. Hirsch, you were talking about you put your own warnings and own website stuff up early in April to make sure. Was the government having any warnings or announcements themselves at the same time?
There was a few localised, like more health concerns and what to do if you find dead fish and those sorts of things, you know, directing people to our naturalists, but it was fairly fragmented early on. Certainly the response since, as it's hit the metropolitan beaches, it's been a lot more prolific and explained, but the reason that we opted for that initiative for that response was based on a consumer sentiment, the number of inquiries that we were fielding around it, and we felt that we needed to have a direct business response to customers and consumers. We've since done a number of things. Even yesterday, we were part of a seminar with TICSA, the Tourism Industry Council, talking to other operators about best practice in how to approach these things during a crisis, and giving some advice, which has now led to multiple discussions with the Tourism Commission and regional tourism authorities on how to better manage comms through crisis, and having a crisis comms sort of strategy for anything that happens in the future, and particularly, I guess, as we move into summer and it's a bit of an unknown around the algal bloom. We're particularly concerned that the whales will depart, and that's our draw card currently. You take that draw card away, and you're left with a coastal environment that people are concerned and worried about, and what the numbers are going to look like coming into what should be our busy season.
Okay. Dr. Ralston, yesterday we heard from Faith Coleman, and specifically said she ruled out the floods linked to the algal bloom, that there's no credible evidence on there and the different types of algal blooms that exist. You seem to be contradicting that today. What is your basis, and who are the scientists on yours? Who can we talk to in your organisation that would give that evidence?
I don't think I'm contradicting that. I'm saying that there needs to be some additional investigations to understand whether it's a causative or contributing factor. So in terms of, there are a number of scientists within our organisation that could provide guidance, and I'm happy to take that on notice and provide some written recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Walker, and then we'll finish with Senator Pocock.
Thanks. Just one quick question to Mr. Hirsch. If I heard you correctly earlier, you mentioned that your numbers have actually been up on last year. I'm really glad to hear that. We know that there are other operators around the state that certainly aren't in the same condition, so I am glad. I think part of what we're wanting to understand is, you know, consumer behaviour interacting with our tourism industry during this algal bloom. Do you think there's a reason why your numbers have gone up despite what's happening with the algal bloom?
Yeah, 100%. There's been a lot of media sensationalism around the algal bloom and community rhetoric as well, which has led to concerns around the algal bloom. We believe that that's certainly had impacts, particularly because we run two businesses side by side, Spirit of the Coorong and the Big Duck. We're sort of in an interesting, I guess, scenario where we can sort of compare and benchmark our businesses against each other. Slightly different demographics, slightly different environments into which we go. Having the algal bloom move into the Coorong, and particularly getting pushed up into the Northern Lagoon through that storm event, there was a lot of rhetoric on social media and Landline, ABC, other news outlets around the Coorong. People will then blanket that Coorong as one spot, even though it's mighty big. Where we operated, we didn't have any direct environmental impacts, but we felt that the consumer concern around the algal bloom and the Coorong definitely impacted our numbers, and our numbers are down significantly for Spirit of the Coorong through winter compared to normal years. Our marketing response and our consumer response are hoping to consolidate that, and that's starting to improve. In terms of the big duck particularly, our numbers are up from last year, and we directly attribute that to whales. Thankfully, whales are mammals. They don't have gills. From what we've seen so far, they haven't been impacted by the algal bloom. The cell counts out in this coastline just here have been relatively low since the introduction, before the whales actually arrived, but having a marine mammal as majestic as southern rights and humpback whales, the public perception of these amazing animals trump a microscopic algae, and that's why our numbers are up. But you take that draw card away as we move into summer, that's our concern.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Oh, quick question here.
Mr. Hershey, just for interest's sake, I haven't looked it up. Is the big duck like a duck W? Is that what we're talking about?
It's a rigid hulled inflatable boat. So we seats have 38 people. It's a 12-metre boat, 250 outboards on the back with a big rubber ring around the outside. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Senator
I
Pocock.
want to go back to the science and the capability and capacity of our scientific effort. Have you asked, we heard about your request to the state government. What about the federal government?
So we have only engaged the federal government through the phase 2 for the Clim Research Centre. We haven't approached the federal government with regards to the science needs, because we were approached directly by the state government to address that.
And what's your ask for the second phase for that set of projects?
So for the Clim Research Centre, phase 2 is $22 million over 6 years.
So when we think about the evidence we heard on Tuesday, where we had a number of scientists from the Great Southern Reef Foundation, and think about the size of that reef, which is the whole bottom half of our country, and compare the research effort, say, with the Great Barrier Reef, which was awarded, I think, $443 million in 2018, how adequate is our effort on this part of our country on science?
It needs much further and greater investment. With reflection on this current algal bloom, understanding further the drivers, the causative factors, the impact of recovery is not just an investment in South Australia, because there will be future floods across Australia. So by investing now, you're protecting communities, industry, business, livelihoods around Australia for when these inevitable events do occur somewhere else in the future. So there's an opportunity here, like I said in my opening statement, for state and federal governments to show strong environmental leadership here to plan for the future. Climate change is real, it's happening now, and we're seeing the impacts of that. And we need to invest in the science to make sure that we can undertake that planning to reduce and mitigate the impacts as best as we can.
And you're trying to stitch together funding from a range of sources, I can imagine.
Correct.
What your life is like. And you're trying to respond to long-term research plans with outputs that the institutions all require of you for every dollar they give you. What capacity do you have in the short term to respond to this kind of emergency event with all of the data collection that we need to do immediately and respond quickly? Have you got that capacity within the science capability that you're engaged with?
Not within the Goyder Institute for Water Research, no, because we are reliant on external funding to engage our experts. So we don't have a back pocket of cash to be able to respond to emerging events or to emerging crises like this. Even to undertake additional water quality monitoring in the Coorong, for example, we don't have the capacity in terms of spare cash to facilitate immediate response projects or to respond to emerging events.
So we're talking about a lack of cash for short-term and long-term. I was really struck by Georgina Wood, she gave evidence on Tuesday, and Stephen Andrews, who talked about the personnel we need, with the expertise we need. Georgina Wood has written a dozen applications in her own right. She's on short-term contracts year to year. I'm sure many of your people are also. What would you say about the capability of our personnel for the continuity of knowledge and science that we need?
We have exceptional people, not just in South Australia, but across Australia, that have knowledge to respond to this. Unfortunately, many of them are on short-term contracts. It's the nature of the current academic environment. And what that means is maintaining those excellent people in those roles so that they are available to respond to these emerging and critical events is very challenging. I won't comment further on those academic environments, but where we have the short-term funding cycle that is typical of state and federal government funding, it means that that longer-term retainment of capability and capacity is very difficult to do. What we, through the Goyder Institute, strives to achieve is to engage early career researchers as best as it can in its body of work, so that we're developing the capacity for the future, and certainly through our CLIM Research Centre, engaging the next generation of scientists through educational programs and through honours research bodies of work through our partners, to inspire those early career researchers to continue their work in these environments, so that when the next crisis events, we have that capacity built in. However, the structures in place to maintain that capacity within these organisations isn't there, because it's all short-term and reliant on external funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for giving us your evidence today. If there's anything extra that you want to alert us to, including any further correspondence in relation to that funding proposal, Mr. Ralston, I'd be keen to see what you get back, if anything, in writing. Thank you for your time today, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What, Goyder? Is it windy? Oh, no, put the tree opposite.
Oh, okay.
One of your researchers.
The bacteria that are in the Coorong are fundamentally different in the Gibbo, so they only came into the outside one.
A little bit too close to the house.
I
The
think
general issue about the research
I
effort
agree
is
with
really
you.
major
I
problem.
agree with you that I think that has funding in what it does. It's not a funding.
Can I just, for the sake of our committee, so we just need to formally accept the media being here today. No problems.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole.
Change things.
That wasn't me.
No, I'm just
Sorry.
the witnesses.
Yeah, there's been a
Yes,
Oh, the phone one. Okay.
yes, they've decided to show up. We only found that's only happened this morning. I now welcome representatives from the Hills and Fleurieu Landscape Board and Adelaide Coastal Council Network. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I get you both to please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and we'll start with you, Professor Lowe.
Thank you, and thank you to the committee. Michael Garrett is the General Manager for the Hills and Fleurieu Landscape Board. He's unable to be here today because of recent surgery, so he asked me to step in. I am a board member with the Hills and Fleurieu Landscape Board, one of the 9 landscape boards for South Australia, established under the Landscape South Australia 2019 Act. As a board, we work with partners to deliver practical on-ground programs to manage landscapes, investing levies into regional priorities to protect our production and natural landscapes. I'm also director of the Environment Institute at the University of Adelaide, and the Environment Institute was established in 2019. Current research focus is around restoration of temperate marine ecosystems, biodiversity conservation, climate and environmental risk, water resource management, citizen science and pollution reduction. And we have 120 academics involved in that, and specific expertise working in South Australian freshwater, estuarine and coastal systems, such as the Coorong and lower lakes, including hydrologists, ecologists, biochemists and engineers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor.
Excellent, thank you. I'm honoured to speak here today. Thank you so much for coming to Adelaide. I'm here as the chair of the Adelaide Coastal Council Network. I represent the seven metro councils of South Australia. That's the City of Charles Sturt, City of Holdfast Bay, City of Marion, City of Onkaparinga, Port Adelaide Enfield, Salisbury, City of West Torrens. I appreciate the federal government's contribution so far and acknowledge this during our time in Canberra. It was lovely to meet some of your faces in Canberra as well on our delegation. One undeniable statement about the algal bloom situation is the community concern and desire and distress shown from our coastal residents. Here in South Australia, we, like all states, have our city livers, our country legends and our beach lovers. Right now, this bloom is well and truly on the forefront of every beach lover's mind. And I dread to think what happens when our others find out. Residents who love, live and engage with the beach are hurting. They're worried and concerned. They have never faced such despair on their daily walks, and this has been their normal for months. The environmental, economic and social cultural impacts are inconceivable to most. Dead marine life littering the beaches, some say numbers past the millions. Sea foam washing over the sands and sea walls onto the roads, and a putrid smell filling the air and lungs when you take a walk, and the images constantly filling our social media feeds. This event is real and our communities are living it every day. But I'm not here to talk about how soul-moving this event is. I'm here as the ACCN chair to table the words and recommendations outlined in our submission. Our plan for the future in the submission is to articulate how the federal government can help. Mainly, our call is for the federal government to provide restoration money and frameworks to counter these events when they happen again. We have 5 recommendations outlined in our submission. It's on the front page here, and I'm sure you've all read it. But I will quickly summarise them to reiterate them to you. We're calling for a national framework that recognises and manages large-scale marine mortality events. The main requests in this are funding, communication and education for legislation and policy. We're looking for community wellbeing and resilience framework to accelerate Australia's decarbonisation efforts. We cannot express enough the federal funding needs to commit to long-term baseline monitoring, and we also need a federal funding to support councils to respond to these climate events. Lastly, I stand here wholeheartedly with my fellow local council representatives who spoke on Tuesday. Local government is here to help. We stand ready to be a part of the solution, and we can help send a balanced message the community is so desperately looking for. The technical officers and I talk weekly, to say the least, and while our submission is a point in time, we've begun to wonder if further requests could include activating our coastal spaces in different ways that are being affected by these algal blooms. Could we use the federal money that has been given to us to activate the spaces in different ways? Because we want to bind the community together, because they love the rolls of the ocean, the smell of the sea and the sound of the waves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Grogan. Oh, sorry? Okay. Senator Cadell.
Thanks very much. As we go around, I'm from New South Wales, so landscape boards were new to me until I read this thing. It didn't. Old sort of management of boards, are they?
Part of the NRM group, so landscape boards here in South Australia, NRM groups, catchment management.
That's it.
Yeah, we're all part of the same group.
Same group. Yep. What is your interaction with this algal bloom on the coastal shores on your areas? What has been your interaction and your involvement?
So I think similar to the councillor here, I think the grief felt by those that live along the coastline is palpable. So within the Hills and Fleurieu Landscape Board, not only do we have terrestrial lands, but we also do coastal lands, for example, around here as well. So certainly hearing about that grief and understanding the problems, seeing the impact on economies and communities here has been substantial and in some cases overwhelming. I think, but that's the immediate impact. I think one of the key things here is what can we do about it to avoid these types of programs in the future. And I think we need to really look at the underlying principles of what's caused the algal bloom. We have problems with climate change. We have warmer waters than usual. but really the catchment-based nutrient pollution that's coming in, it comes in from both the Murray Darling, but also the catchments feeding into the gulfs. And our gulfs here are relatively shallow and don't receive much renewal over time. And the other problem has been ecosystem degradation, both in the sea and on land. And there used to be 1,500 kilometres of shellfish reefs and also thousands, tens of thousands of hectares of seagrass. Now, those ecosystems would have soaked up the nutrients that come into our Gulf systems and also down the river. But also on land, we have a lot of nutrients and sediment that are flowing into the rivers. So restoration on land of waterways, of swamps, of wetlands will also help soak up those nutrients and the sediments that are flowing into the sea. So I think from a catchment, from a landscape board, we really need to ask what can we do in a proactive way to help make our systems more resilient for the future. And the key problem is that we're underlying a kind of climate change disaster that's unfolding before us, and we haven't really done much about so far. But we can actually put in place adaptation strategies, both in the sea and on land. So that's where the Landscape Board has really been focusing. The Goyder representative talked about a large catchment project that's under development, and I'd like to talk about a bit more if I can today. But I probably haven't really fully answered your question. I mean, I think for the Landscape Board, I think it's around what can we do for the future. Yeah.
Okay. I'm about to be the most unpopular man in the room, Councillor. We go around and we've seen different effects where we've gone. We've been in Holdfast, we're now here, we've been down at Ardrossan, we've been down at Port Lincoln. And each community has suffered differently. And wildly differently. So governments don't have money, taxpayers have money that we take off them and spend not so wisely at times. How do we prioritise the different things between, and I get reactivating spaces, making them good again. Everyone is suffering. We see this versus yesterday when we're hearing the western coast of the York Peninsula who are devastated. They've lost jobs. They're having massive cancellations, economically hitting them. What should we be looking at in priorities? Those councils are a lot smaller. I'm not placing one against the other, but a lot needs to be done here. There's no one single answer, but where should we be looking for value in turning stuff around?
So I know you say they're a lot smaller, but population-wise, our metro councils are extremely populous. There's lots of people, who don't they might not fish, and we might have the tackle stores, and we might have the different shops who are impacted. But, we live by the coastal communities. Yep. So we've got cafes, we've got main streets, we've got, huge areas where lots of people rely on residents coming down to the beach. So I don't think that there's a one fix, we need to focus on one particular area or one.
Except they're asserting the coffee shop when our first stop downstairs had said they've seen a drop off in foot traffic. I
yes,
that thing,
and our tackle shops have seen a drop off, and the fishmongers in our areas have seen a drop off. So I think it's about being really widespread with the money, and definitely industry needs their support. And I can't speak for industry, and I know that they definitely need it. And I feel like the way that the government has provided the grant funding, they've allocated it in certain buckets, and I think that the allocation is great. For local councils allocation, we've had the $4 million come through in the first grant round, and then we've had the $3 million. And I suppose for my technical officers, we're looking at clarity about how that money is being spent and how it will be spent. And yes, it's allocated to local councils, but is that regional? Is that our metro councils? I think how we actually take that money and use it to activate sites is where it's going to become really important, and that's the clarity that we're also still seeking on.
Can I just ask, to clarify that? We were told yesterday from the Mayor and the CEO of the York Peninsula Council that no one's contacted them about access to that money. They don't know how they will get it, what they need to do to get it. how much of it would even go to them. We're talking $4 million across the whole of the affected communities. I mean, I think we all know this is a drop in the ocean of what's going to be required. Let's just be honest. I mean, $28 million, all we've heard all week is $28 million is not enough for any of this. But even just for what's been pledged, I guess what I'm trying to work out is, have your local councils had any communication, direction as to what that first let's call it a down payment, is going to, how that's going to be accessed?
So I'm fortunate enough to sit on the state government reference group, and I also sit now on the local government reference group. So we are meeting with state government, and that has been something that we have been asking for clarity on. Now, don't get me wrong, state government are working overtime on this since that, you know, it's been picked up. They are trying very hard. That is something that we are still asking for clarification on. We are still trying to figure out how that money is going to be spent. There's been messages about how it could be spent for beach cleanup, you know, and our counterparts, SACA, have said, that's the regional councils have said, look, is that going to be targeted to Metro? So to answer your question, that is definitely an evolving conversation that's happening and something that we're trying to get clarity on. And the earlier we get it, I think that the better we'll be able to understand.
So you're in the same boat as the Yorke Peninsula Council then, in that sense?
I think we've definitely had conversations about it, and we've been told that the nuts and bolts are being worked out. What those nuts and bolts are, we have not had clarification on that.
I said yesterday, when that was brought up yesterday, I did ask the question, and the federal financial agreement is in the final throes of being worked through, and obviously the money cannot be released until that is done. And so those conversations about what it's being used for are being fed into that process, and that process is on foot. I know that doesn't help your government beat up message, but that's kind of where the situation is.
And it is. And the point being, we had representatives from the state government in front of us on Tuesday, and they could have been clearer.
They could have, yeah.
And they didn't.
Absolutely.
So, you know, if they want to come and correct the record, they should.
And one thing as well is that when we sit in these reference group meetings, we've got industry and tourism and local councils, and everybody's there, and everybody is really strong representative for their stakeholders, and they're all trying really hard. So when we talk about this particular funding, because there was the $4 million in the first round and the $3 million in the next, it's not just the one thing that they're trying to figure out. You know, they are working really hard. So, I mean, we're all there with open conversations, and it is very clear that, you know, this money will come. How is the best way to spend it? Like you said, we can't just put it in one area. So it's not the fact that they're holding it back to stop it. It's more that they're trying to figure out the best way for it to be spread.
And everyone's got a different view about what's more important. Yeah.
And with that, trying to cut up a small pie is going to be much harder than cutting up a pie that is going to feed everyone.
Exactly.
Senator
we call for the national frameworks.
Yes, Senator Cadell.
What is common across all the areas is a sense of helplessness. We are not in control of this. This can go a week, this can go a month, this can go years. So what's coming to me is we're always being reactive. We're playing catch-up football we hoped it would go away, it didn't go away. Or maybe we should get somewhere, maybe we should get a group together, maybe we should give funding. What should we be doing to try and get in front of our response? We can't get in front of the problem. What aren't we doing to try and get in front of the response now instead of playing catch-up football?
Funding our science.
I think we can get in front of the problem, and I think so. Notwithstanding that additional support is required for the communities to adapt and be able to be compensated for the current crisis, we can get in front of this problem. I think we have this perception that this problem, the algal bloom, was something that we weren't expecting and suddenly came out of the blue. That's not true. We know it's due to climate change and warming waters. We know it's due to nutrient runoff, and we know it's due to the destruction of habitats. So, and those are three kind of slow-moving crises that we've watched unfold, and then the algal bloom has occurred because of those. I think in terms of getting on top of the problem, I think being able to construct a system of integrated monitoring and modelling, so we really understand the systems and we understand how those systems and those different components, like nutrients, are contributing towards that. We need an aggressive nutrient reduction from land down the rivers and down into the systems and into the gulfs. We need a large-scale ecosystem restoration program, and we also need some kind of integrated governance across the catchment systems. At the moment, for systems like this, different components of government are working together as they can and with best interests, but having this catchment level overview and management is critical to that. And similar to my colleague from the Goyder Institute, we have got together the Hills and Fleurieu Landscape Board, Green Adelaide, University of Adelaide, Water Sensitive SA, Goyder Institute and the Government of South Australia to look at what's required to actually protect gulfs and to establish a catchment-to-coast approach to algal bloom prevention. The first component is to discover and synthesize information, then activate existing policies, because there are policies in place that can be activated, develop an integrated framework, then design and trial targeted landscape restoration interventions, explore and establish market-based instruments, and I think with the previous conversation, this type of restoration activity is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. But if we just pause for a moment, Pew just put out an estimate of the value of nature to Australia, $511 billion, and the cost to restore that would be about $50 billion, so 1/10. And you can explore carbon and nature markets as drivers of economic investment into those systems. We also need to address our critical knowledge gaps, and we understand that the monitoring of these systems is not adequate to help predict that, and then finally develop a long-term landscape restoration strategy. So I think if we start now and put these principles in place, we can actually prevent these types of disasters in the future. Thank you.
Senator Grogan. Senator Walker.
Thank you. Just to Professor Lau, I'm keen to understand, I think most on this panel are aware of what landscape boards do, but I'm keen to understand, what sort of work the board's been doing and how your involvement with this algal bloom's been, what role you're sort of playing.
So it'd probably be fair to say that landscape boards play more of a facilitation role. We work together with stakeholders. We have a very close relationship with the councils, but a lot of the activity on the ground is conducted by councils and through partners. We have a network of kind of enablers that work together with council groups and also community groups. We're involved in a broad range of activity from conservation programs, restoration, tree planting, plant and animal feral and weed removal, which is a really critical component of the work. But then also more involved in kind of education and engagement activities, understanding of climate change, understanding of the biodiversity crisis, which is unfolding, but also helping to enable those groups. And we run grant programs as well to support grassroots movements to undertake better management of landscapes, and also working with farmer groups as well to better manage lands, involving things like biochar and also restoration approaches on lands. And finally, the key component, and also together with state government, is looking for opportunities around the carbon and the biodiversity markets which are developing. This is a critical component to actually get investment back into the landscapes to restore the scale of devastation that we've seen. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to go back to your
Senator Pocock.
previous comments about how we have known for some time about the contributory forces around climate change, destruction of habitat and the runoff, and that we need these particular things, and we knew we needed them, the integrated monitoring and modelling, the aggressive management of nutrients, the integrated governance. We needed them, we didn't have them. You're saying we need them now. What stands in the way of delivering what's essential to deal with the next crisis like this?
It's probably funding. It's probably funding to bring some of those groups together. Now, I think an initial plan could be developed by the groups that are already out there. That would be no problem to do. There would be in-kind contributions that could be made from a range of players. The numbers of government and also research organisations that we've engaged with so far, they're motivated to help find a solution. So you could develop a bit of a plan together with that group. But then you do need to then more actively engage with the broader group, design and trial landscape level restoration interventions. I think we have a good ecological understanding and knowledge of what's required within those systems. But also the issue is that climate change and other more competing interactions come in. There's still required to be scientific experimental testing of what are the best restoration approaches that are going to work. You don't want to waste your money in those restoration practices not doing activities that are actually going to achieve outcomes. And in many cases, because of weed infestations and because of climate change, you're probably talking about a slightly altered ecosystem composition compared to a kind of pre-European vegetation composition. So that needs to be established. I think, and then addressing the other targeted knowledge gaps. I think to pull together an integrated plan would cost somewhere in the region, as Alec Ralston mentioned, about $10 million to actually be able to bring that together for an integrated plan for the region. But then the real work starts, because the money to actually restore those ecosystems is then hundreds of millions of dollars. But that doesn't just need to come from government, that can come from a range of investment options. Government needs to play its part, but it can also come from private finance, and it can also come from carbon and biodiversity markets.
Can I also speak to that? Sorry, because our fourth ask is a commitment to federal funding to establish the comprehensive long-term monitoring and baseline data. And we've actually mentioned the Great Southern Reef Foundation, so they have been aware of this. They wrote to the federal government 2 years ago, saying and stating that this was a very real possibility. So when you do ask, you know, is there something that can help? Well, they've already got a plan. They have estimated such monitoring.
We have heard from them.
Excellent. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Thank you. Thank
And
you.
monitoring is a key component of that.
And yes, so monitoring and baseline dataing, because when we are having all of this money being placed in the different buckets, I think the key thing here is that we don't have any modelling or understanding of what the Great Southern Reef, well, what position it is at now. So if we are putting money into it and we're hoping to improve, we don't actually know where it's sitting right now. So that's why we have asked for the national modelling or baseline data of the Great Southern Reef.
Thank you both. We've got some interesting information to take from all that, and if there's anything extra, please feel free to send it through to us, and we appreciate your time today.
Can I just make one other comment, if just take 1 minute?
Very short.
Very short, just around the nutrient flow down the River Murray and the lack of monitoring that's been done for that. There were actually student projects that are done from the University of Adelaide with Justin Brooks. It shows that the 2023 nutrient outpouring was 30 times higher than would have normally come through the barrages. And that's both for nitrogen and for phosphorus. For phosphorus, it was 60 times higher. So this was a significant outpouring. The problem is it's not integrated into the monitoring for the system.
And just to say one last thing, please don't discount the citizen scientists. Here, as a representative for our local council, our people on the ground are really keen to be involved however they can. So any funding that can come to activating citizen scientists is very welcomed, and I know my community would really appreciate that I'm sharing that.
Thank you. We have had the citizen scientists has been a constant theme this week, so thank you. Okay, we are going to suspend for 10 minutes, if that's okay. Give everybody give Hansard a break, and give our secretary a break. So we'll be back here. Why don't we say 11? So we'll have a little bit longer than that. Representatives of local government, including the Coorong District Council and the Alexandrina Council. Could I please get each of you to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and then I'll let each of the councils give an opening statement. Thank you.
Would you like me to
We'll start with you, Mr. Gray. Thank you.
Hi, nice to see you all again. So my name's Adam Gray. I'm the Executive Officer for the SA Coastal Councils Alliance. Mayor Keith Parks is the Chair of that alliance. I'm here supporting him today.
Thank you.
Keith Parks, Mayor of Alexandrina Council.
And a frequent witness.
Yes, and as Chair of that and the Australian Coastal Councils Association.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharon Bland for the Coorong District Council, and I would like to put in an apology for our Mayor, Mayor Simmons, who was unfortunately unable to be with us today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Bridget Mather, CEO, Coorong District Council.
Great. Now, do you both have opening statements?
Yes.
You go for it.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. So, so our view is that the algal bloom is not a one-off event. It's an ongoing and emergency with long-term consequences for our ecosystems, industries and communities. This area first encountered the bloom in March 2025. It took months and the arrival of the bloom on the metropolitan beaches to get some serious action. While we understand that good work is being undertaken at the moment by a government trying to control the bloom, we do call on the government to declare this event a national disaster, allocate additional funding to ensure our communities, industries, ecosystems can recover, the impact on marine-related industries and tourism and the economy, and the health and well-being of our community in this event is significant. This type of event will occur again, and we must do all we can to prevent or reduce the impact. Funding for the Coorong Lower Lakes and Murray Mouth Water Research Centre at Goolwa must be extended urgently. They've only got months to go before their funding runs out. And it must be increased. Water quality monitoring facilities need to be established throughout the Murray-Darling system. The cost is minimal to do that, considering the economic contribution the basin makes to the national economy. The 2023-24 floods were a significant contributor to the bloom, given the conditions of higher ocean water temperatures, prolonged drought and no rain. All this together tipped the environment over the edge, resulting in the disaster situation we now find ourselves experiencing. We need to know the level of contamination of water entering the river system and eventually the ocean.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to say I would probably support everything Mayor Parks has said, and we'll probably take this from a slightly different angle. I'm Sharon Bland, and I speak on behalf of the Coorong Council, and I'm a long-term resident of Meningie, and my family have lived in the area. We've seen the beauty and the hardship on the edge of the Coorong. The Coorong and Lower Lakes are the end point of the Murray-Darling Basin. What happens upstream, from droughts to floods, from land clearing to chemical use, all flows down to us. Therefore, of course, the nutriment flows. We bear the cumulative effect of reduced water, nutriment runoff, and now the devastating algal bloom. The Karinya Mickey Motai bloom has already caused some widespread fish kills, and we've seen that, including the crabs, worms, etc. In our unique lagoon environment, it produces and lingers threatening Ramsar-listed wetlands, pelican colonies, migratory birds, and already endangered fish. This is not only an environmental issue, it is a cultural, economic, and community crisis. The Lakes and Coorong fishery is a wild catch fishery. It is at the heart of our local community. It provides sustainable seafood, helps control invasive carp, and supports around 200 jobs across the fishing families, processes, transport and tourism. Here in our council area, 23 licences are held by local families who promote employment for 34 and contribute to 2.2 million in wages every year. These niche businesses generate 5 to 7 million in direct value and up to 14 million when the flow-on benefits are included. But this is more than economics. The Coorong sustains tourism, family holidays, kayaking, bird watching and education. It is also a living landscape for the Ngarrindjeri and First Peoples of the Southeast, central to the identity, culture and community well-being. Right now, our region is under immense pressure. The council area is still reeling from drought. If fishing families are forced out, the roll-on effects will be felt by local schools, businesses, health services and sporting clubs, to say the least. The very fabric of our community is now at risk again. And I say that because we sat there when Lake Albert was dry, sitting in the middle of the millennium drought.
I remember. It was horrible.
I know. What we need is immediate support to keep families viable, protect local and regional jobs and strengthen the resilience of our ecosystems. We must move from crisis response to proactive management, ensuring the Murray Mouth stays open, flows continue and the Coorong remains connected to the sea. With the right support, we can safeguard the environment, our economy and our communities for generations to come. At that at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to questions. I might start with Senator Grogan or Senator Walker.
Thank you. Do you want to start? You can go first. Okay. I'm keen to understand how the councils are looking at that connected sort of partnership piece across your role, researchers, the community, in terms of addressing the issues we're facing. Noting, of course, that you're also looking for sort of financial investments and such like. But how do we bring everyone together to be working on these things in a coordinated fashion?
I might start because, and this may sound a little bit negative at some point. We as a council want to work with our community to sustain viability, and there are some issues around some of the funding systems that may be out there to support them at the moment. However, in terms of the research, I have now been there for some time and I think the Coorong has seen a lot of research. What we haven't seen is the end result of that research, the action. I'm not saying that it doesn't need more research, and I'm sure it does. We've seen this huge nutrient load. We need to understand and how it affects everything. But if we don't actually get some outcomes from the research that has already been there, what have we spent all of that money on? So I want to see outcomes, I want to see actions, and I want to see our systems viable. The Coorong is unique in itself. We need to make sure that the water comes down and supports that unique system that we already live within. And yet, after the millennium drought, most of the research, this may be a little bit tongue-in-cheek, seems to sit on the shelf when the water comes back for a short period of time. And then we start again. So I would like to see some review of that as well.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, the Coorong is, you know, it sits between our two councils and is in an extremely dire situation at the moment. The South Lagoon is on the edge of tipping over, gotten beyond recovery, and the North Lagoon is suffering, but is a lot better. There was $70 million of federal government money put into Project Coorong. Nothing has happened. A lot of talk, a lot of ideas, but no action. So we need to get some action. We need to save. It's a world-recognised Ramsar system, one of the most important migratory bird breeding areas in the world, and we're letting it slip off the edge, and it's just not good enough when there's so much money has been made available without any results. I guess the important thing to us is working together, and while we call on this being a national disaster, there are four states in Australia who use or border the River Murray and the Darling system. If we look at back to the 2000, we talked about the 223-24 floods. The previous most significant flow was 2017. immediately after that, we had huge fish kills in the Darling, followed by, it's all black water, followed about 18 months later by another event similar, over 30,000 tonnes of fish killed in Menindee lakes. Now that, along with all the nutrients that agriculture puts into the system over the years, sat there until the 22-23 flood. And I think, as I mentioned too at Brighton and Seacliff the other day, in previous instances when the river ran and it ran heavily, we'd get a plume going out to sea exactly the same as what happened in 23-24, except that plume was sandy coloured. This one was black. It was as black as oil, that you could see straight away that something was really, really wrong. So we can't. This ecosystem can't support that to continue to happen. So we do have to. I think we do have to look at the whole of the system, and of course it comes out of the Murray Mouth. Then the natural action then is for the currents, the normal currents, to take it around past this coast, Victor Harbour, into Ropinga, across to Kangaroo Island, which is what it did, and then it's starting to move around and up into the Gulf. And once it gets up into the Gulf, it's just getting worse and worse.
And specifically to your question, while the state government was advocating very strongly for this to be declared a national disaster, part of that was to unlock the frameworks and the governance arrangements that came with that. South Australia as a state government hadn't actually triggered that themselves, and it wasn't until the last couple of weeks where we've seen DPC being allocated as the lead agency and Chris Beattie taking on that role, where we're actually really starting to see the structure and function mechanisms that we needed months ago. And that brings parties together. It sets basically the functional mechanisms we need and brings everybody together in that, to speak specifically to your question about what is it required, we probably should have triggered that much sooner.
On that, the disaster trigger sort of opens up things that we don't necessarily need, which I think is problematic. Do we need a new system? Do we need a new framework? And if so, what should it include?
Yeah, and that's been a big part of our combined submissions with the Local Government Association and the Adelaide Coastal Councils Network. You heard from Councillor Wilkes previously, so absolutely, yeah.
Thanks. Senator Walker, do you have anything to throw in?
Just something quickly. I've been trying over this week to understand different roles of local government, and I found that it's very depending on where those councils are located. I'm interested to hear from both councils sort of if you've been having to take resourcing from other areas to do clean-up or other related activities, and what sort of burden that's having on your organisations, if any.
I guess from our particular bit of the coast, the clean-up has not been that a bigger job. It's been easy to handle. Our major concern is for our all the marine activities, our fishing industry. We have a substantial fishery. We've got PPCO, who are world regarded now. It's a huge international export market, grossly affected in a very, very well managed fishery. So that's really impacted on them badly. But that's them. We're a tourist destination, so it has a huge impact on that. People are getting extremely nervous, especially with the new thing about the asthma. It's making people even more nervous about visiting the coast. And quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with it. People are really scared. You go down there, if you've got asthmatic conditions, even if it's a dusty day and there's pollen around, you're going to suffer. So you take your puffer with you. So it's just making sure that we put positive messages out there from our perspective, that it is okay to come down and visit. Just be aware that, keep an eye on any symptoms you get. The fish that the fishing people are catching are perfectly healthy to eat. There's nothing wrong with them. They're catching plenty of good fish, but the market, people are reluctant to buy it because they're frightened of what they're hearing which has got no substance. So I guess our role as a local government is to advocate for our communities, not for those industries and tourism and everything else that's important, but also it's really the mental effect it's having on our residents in general is quite substantial. They're getting concerned about their friends not visiting, and that they're seeing their business friends struggling.
Can I just I'll just reiterate what Mayor Parks has said around that, and that is that the markets in particular where we're seeing fish sent to market, firstly, the fishermen in the Coorong are needing to travel further, so effectively to put their nets in along the Coorong, it's a large expanse, so they do have to travel further now to catch their fish than to get them to market. The downturn there is down to 40%, so they take a kilo of fish to market where they were, say, getting $10, now they're getting $4 a kilo or thereabouts. It's not sustainable for transport, for the cost of catching, the fuel, the wages, where some of them are self-employed, some of them employ one or another family member, some of them have 5. So it's variable, which takes me to the current system of where they may fall through in relation to things like any of the financial support that's being offered at the moment. That needs to be looked at. This is a niche fishery. It needs to be looked at on how they in actual fact can obtain some support. If they let their employees go, not everybody in this world wants to be a fisherman. It is hard work. They're out there in a tinny with a net, catching wild catch. So at the end of the day, if they lose those fishermen, how do they ever get them back? How do they have the continuation of some of those family businesses that I've already mentioned, the numbers in the Coorong? Licence relief is, of course, another one there. But if we can't maintain the support for those fishermen during this time, and the Coorong yet has to face summer with water flows. We haven't had some of the issues that are sitting along the coastline, but we will have. That will affect the township of Meningie, and that township has not yet recovered from the millennium drought. The council has worked hard to bring that up to some speed, and we are seeing tourism at one of its peaks at the moment. But if we lose that, I just want to make another comment about the fishing industry. If the Coorong goes down, there is an opportunity. There's always some sort of silver lining. Carp, and nobody wants to know about carp, but in fact it does have a market, but it needs lots of support to get it to market, whether it be there's multiple industries interested in that at the moment, and I'm not going to speak for the fishermen, and there is someone in the room you could speak to about that. But it takes a specific sorts of equipment. Tinnies don't work for carp. You need to have some support, and from a council perspective, we would need support to be able to provide them with an opportunity to land those fish in the river or the lakes, and that would be at the Narung area. There is a campground and an old jetty there now that certainly needs work. So there are some things that, if you're looking down the future, hopefully we don't get there. I believe carp is a resource, but that's beside the point. I do think that there is something that if we try to look for a silver lining, there is an opportunity as well. Nobody ever wants to see the Coorong go down. And I'm going to ask Bridget to follow on in relation to a couple of those questions before.
I think back to the clean-up question, and Councillor Bland and Mayor Parks touched on it. That's just one of a series of events that have happened at the Coorong, and I suppose the algal bloom, and because of its extensive reach this time, I suppose from the Coorong and the Alexandrina point of view, we want to say don't forget that these niche markets exist in the Coorong and it is being impacted, but it can be swamped by the event being much broader and much broader scale. We've had no clean-up in that sense that the other councils on the seaboard have had. So it's not the issue in a sense. It's about making sure that all of the environmental factors about the flows and all the things that Councillor Bland talked about are recognised, and the algal bloom is just one more thing that will recur. The floods will recur, the droughts will recur. There's lots of money invested. It's probably the most studied part of the geography down here at the Coorong and the mouth, and there's very little action that comes out of that investment. So it's just a plea to make sure that the invisibility of these smaller niche areas aren't forgotten in the bigger, and the clean-up is not part of our agenda at all, because just we don't do it. We'd have none.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
I didn't have a lot, but Mayor Parks, you raised a blast from the past. Project Coorong, announced a long time ago, 2018, I think it was announced. I was aware of 2019 to 22, there was a 10.9 million evaluation science trials that were going through there. What has happened since? I've done a quick search, so you can smack me down. I'm not a local, I don't know this. Lake Horton North seems to be the only infrastructure project, and that doesn't seem to be adjacent to the Coorong specifically.
Project Coorong, Dean Brown was the chair, past Premier of South Australia. No, Project Coorong no longer exists. Got sort of some of the resources that were left got put aside into what was the CLIM project.
Right, so that's 60 million funded CLIM.
Okay. Which addressed the whole area, the lakes, the whole lakes. So there was a lot of engineering calculations done, a lot of studies done, connectivity to the Southern Ocean, back to the southeastern drainage schemes, dredging through the needles at where the narrow, shallow part of the Coorong where the South and North Lagoon join, dredging through there. A lot of these ideas looked at, but nothing eventuated. So they had good studies, found out all about it, but didn't do anything about it.
We spent $10.9 million working what we should do and then didn't do it.
Didn't do anything, and there was $70 million on the table.
Why? Ask why.
We're not seeing an action.
Why not? What happened?
It disappeared.
Because 70 was announced, 10.9 was spent on science, but I see no other announcement.
No.
So, can I?
Yeah.
Keith Parks and I are on the same committee.
Yeah.
But so the state government basically did the investigations that went back to the Commonwealth, and my understanding is it's still sitting back with the Commonwealth.
Okay. Political break.
The various studies and options for the improvement around the Coorong. And that's probably that committee was disbanded just around Christmas formally, but we hadn't met probably for 18 months.
Okay. And do you remember from 18 months ago, did you have a budget to what was allocated out of the 70, or did we not have that visibility? Or?
So it's really just the investigative around what sort of infrastructure would be needed to support it, and as you would imagine, that infrastructure probably had quite a couple of $100 million rather than the 70 million. So the 70 million was really just the investigation. Yeah.
So the evaporation problem's not just water; it's money too.
Correct.
Okay.
He is from New South Wales.
I'm New South Wales, mate. I am the enemy.
And he's a National Party, so I wouldn't be taking any advice for freshwater flows to the Coorong from this bloke.
And Shadow Minister for Water too. Anyway.
You can't say that.
Anyway.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Ross.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, Senator Pocock.
Just following on that exchange about science or projects that are useful and projects that aren't. This was you said overall a $70 million spend into Project Coorong, and nothing came out of it. And it sounds like from what you're saying that there's a political breakdown. Recommendations went to a government that didn't act on it. Are we dealing? And you're both saying in your evidence that this is the first of many. This is not a one-off event. It's going to come back. Climate change is real. We are dealing with these issues for the rest of our lives and our children's lives as well. What do we need to do differently? You're recommending that we do fund CLIM again. Do you think that's really important? So how do we make the connection between good evidence collection, dealing with systemic problems, actually translate into action? What needs to happen that's different? Have we got problems that are to do with scientists who can't communicate, or too many levels of government, or local councils who don't talk to each other, or the denial of climate science at the federal level? What systemically needs to happen to make our money work better towards solutions?
I don't think it's any of those things. I think sometimes the waiting for the best answer gets in the road of other options. And so there was no one preferred option with the work done around that committee. There were several options. And it's almost like there's a inability to pick one, if you like. And so, because I think sometimes we always wait for the best option to pop out, never does, and we're not game to take the second best option or the one that's best fit at the time. That's my very simple way of looking at it.
Okay.
That's trouble. I think really the Coorong, we look at the Coorong as part of the Lower Murray and the lakes and really the whole system. And, Ross evaporation does happen everywhere in the system, but the river does need to flow. Water going out through the Murray mouth isn't water wasted. It's water keeping a river system healthy, which is critical. And you don't have to let it all go to do that. You can monitor it and control it, and you can irrigate it sensibly, and take the resource, make it sustainable, and just extract what's left over after you've got a healthy river. You can extract. So you've got it's just a lot of work to be done there still. I think really. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority needs to be one authority, one group that need to look at the overall system and control the system entirely. I mean, we've looked at the number of options that were looked at, and Narrandjeri were part of that committee and consulted and understood all the options available, and were in favour or against. Other options, other issues which have had a minimal amount of funding been looked at, but nothing's happened, and it will have to happen, are the barrages, because the barrages are there to keep the seawater out. Well, the seawater's getting higher, and the barrages are very old, so it's only they won't last forever. So there's a lot of work could be done there. The sooner, like a lot of things, the sooner this work gets done, the less it will cost, and the better it will be. So, but I think it's more. Probably too many. I think there's too many avenues of who's doing what, rather than a focal point on let's look after this system.
And I think in relation to the barrages, the Coorong Council did speak in Canberra in relation to the barrages and that they're failing, and we need a huge lead-up time at some huge cost to look at that. It's either replace them or allow seawater to enter. And if you look at with the Selching effect where that affects, we're talking well up the river. So we have another significant issue around the economy, etc. there. So, I mean, and so it's probably something should probably go back to Canberra with at some point, and that is about the replacement of barrages and making sure that they're managed. Because if we don't, as Mayor Park said, seawater, it is rising, they are leaking, and we do need to get something happening because it's going to take a long time to do.
I'd just like to ask, you mentioned, I think you said there's 23 licences of wild catch in the Coorong. There's been reports of some of those fishing families having to pack up. So can you just tell us, what is the state of those 23 activities?
My understanding is the licences, of course, still exist, and those families are having to move further afar to catch fish, so it becomes an economic issue for those. But what it really does mean also is that some of the families that are fishing and some of their employees will be put off.
Yeah.
Or they will be put back to part-time. And of course, nobody can sustain a family with 2 children. They will move, and then you have the flow-on effect, schools, etc. I don't need to. So some of that, it's borderline right now for quite a few, and we need to make sure that, and that's where we talk about some sort of, when we're looking at JobKeeper style support for these industries, and because again, their families, their licences affect how that looks. So we need to be talking to them direct about how that could be introduced to save those families in the community. And quite honestly, if we lost, the families we have in the community in a place like the Coorong, it's a huge impact. It's an impact to the local store. When these stores close, tourism drops, and it's just continuous.
It really reminds me actually of what happened during the millennial drought, where we went from 25 dairy farmers to then 5.
And it's down to 2.
And now it's down to 2.
It's broadacre farming.
Yeah.
We've lost the agricultural industry. We lost the dairy industry.
Yeah.
We lost 100 children in the school. And, you know, I think...
so this is a community that keeps being hit over and over and
it
over
is.
again.
And I have to say, for the Coorong Council, you know, we're a large area. We've got 1,800 kilometres of road to maintain. We have approximately 5,000 people. I'll let you work that out per kilometre of road as to what we're maintaining. We rely on grants to survive. We have COVID, like many rural communities. We saw retirement. People coming back, they looked at the water and thought, this is wonderful. So we did see some of our empty housing and a little bit of building happening there, and we do have opportunity for that in the future. But if we start losing those small businesses, whether it be the coffee shop, the local food land, the pharmacy leaves, the doctors decide to pack up, we are in dire straits. And the council has to look after 4 communities. They're already looking after others that are in drought right now.
Thank you. I think you've answered our questions, but of course, if there is anything else you think we need to know, and I take the point that there's a much broader conversation that needs to happen in relation to the health of the Coorong itself and where that fits with the Murray-Darling Basin. Of course, our committee will be looking at that over the coming term of government, because the Murray-Darling Basin plan is being reviewed, and there's a question mark over of what comes next. So I'm sure you'll see at least Senator Cadell and I, and I'm sure Senator Walker, and I'm sure Senator Grogan won't be able to keep out of it, will you? You'll want to be part of this conversation.
A comment. So SACA, the Australian Coastal Councils Alliance, the LGA, have asked the federal government for a commitment of $400 million for a coastal hazard adaptation fund. It's based on the fact that our coastal communities are on the front line of climate change, and sea level rise is causing inundation and erosion at accelerated rates. And we have evidence to show that our capacity to raise funding to support that is exceeded by the cost by a long stretch.
Yes.
This year we had 3 storms in 9 weeks. We had massive amounts of erosion and inundation present right along our whole South Australian coastline. It softened our communities, and it's really impacted the financial sustainability of a lot of councils. That took out assets like some of our jetties, and we're currently advocating to the state government to help support investment in jetties, but those jetties support a lot of economic activity.
Yes.
Tourism. We have the algal bloom. Geez, our coastline is really, and our communities are really, this year has been extraordinarily.
So what was the figure you've asked for?
$400 million.
$400 million, and to the federal government? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. While we change our witnesses over, we're now going to bring up the Kangaroo Island Council, the City of Victor Harbour, and the Kangaroo Island Tourism Alliance. I do just want to make a announcement that, because the number of people in the audience today have asked how they could put forward more information. We will accept ongoing submissions to this inquiry. So if you get onto the website, find our inquiry on the Parliament House website, you can follow the links as to how to put in your own submission. So please do that. We will accept them. And we also have the Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism Association as well. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. You've obviously, most of you have been sitting here listening, so you know what the drill is. But we need you all to give us your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and then I'll ask each of the councils and associations give you an opportunity to put a short opening statement, and then we'll go to questions. We'll start with you, Mayor Pengelly.
Mayor Michael Pengelly, Kangaroo Island Council, thank you to the committee for coming here.
You're welcome.
Dr Moira Jenkins, Mayor of the City of Victor Harbour.
Victoria McCurdy, CEO of the City of Victor Harbour.
Megan Harvey, Regional Tourism Manager on Kangaroo Island.
And Matthew Hurley, I'm Chair of Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism, and I'm also a small business operator in the area.
Wonderful. All right, we'll kick off with Kangaroo Island. Would you like to give us a bit of an opening statement?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Very briefly, 6 years ago, we lost half of Kangaroo Island in the fires. When we had COVID, now we've got this. I just want to differentiate between the stories that have been put out about this being like bushfires, putting it out. It's nothing like a bushfire. With our bushfires, the bush was regenerating in 3 weeks, starting to. This is going to take years. We don't know where it's going to end. So, you know, I think that's a major problem. I have to say I'm extremely disappointed that the federal government hasn't declared a natural disaster for the state, and in particular our area. We're on our own on the island and the Fleurieu. We had this in March, April. Until it hit the Adelaide metropolitan area, no one wanted to know about it. So, you know, to me, it's disappointing. I'll say a bit more as we get into it, but I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Jenkins.
Thank you very much for having us here today. It wasn't until March 2000 this year, we first became aware of the fish deaths. I think Victor Harbour, in terms of the fish kills at Waipinga and Parsons, was the first place to be impacted by this. But I think echoing Mayor Pengelly, it really wasn't until it hit the metropolitan coasts and the advertiser, the local paper in South Australia picked it up, that anything really happened. The council do constant monitoring of our coast, and we also note that there's extreme marine heat waves are becoming much more frequent and likely linked to climate change. There's a much greater need for better understanding about how regional ocean conditions and climate patterns relate to algal blooms such as this. This is the first. It's not going to be the last. There is significant concern about what's going to be happening when the water warms up again this coming summer. In terms of the coordination of government responses, while we acknowledge the swift closure of some beaches, including, you know, Waipinga and Parsons were closed by Dew when this first happened, the broader response was very, very fragmented, and council and the community didn't know who the lead agency was, whether it was PIRSA, whether it was Dew, whether it was the Environmental Protection Agency. It seemed to change in the early stages, and there was no clear lead agency, and therefore there was no clear public messaging. And as Mayor, providing messaging and providing leadership to the community is really important. It's important that that messaging is evidence-based, that that messaging is on the same page as the messages that we get from the state government. And during COVID, that was great. We were able to refer to the lead agency and echo the messages within a community framework. That didn't happen here. We had a lot of businesses, a lot of residents, a lot of our surfers who were the ones that found it, and you're talking to Mr. Rowlands later this afternoon, didn't know what was happening, and we didn't know what was happening. That actually provided a mouthpiece for conspiracy theorists. And we have a number of people in the community and in the region who are part of the sovereign citizens movement, and there were conspiracy theories going all around the place, ranging from Chinese warships dumping rubbish to aeroplane exhausts, I don't know what they're called.
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails, that's it, contributing to this. And because nobody knew what was happening, and still people are questioning whether the desalination plant is causing it, and we've been told that is not the case. But because there has been no consistent evidence-based leadership from state or federal government, it's been left very much to local government to provide that. And it's also been very difficult as a small council. We have approximately 1,700 residents, and how many ratepayers?
11,000 rateable properties. But
Yeah, 11,000 rateable properties, which is not a lot when you consider the coastline that we have to maintain and the impact that we've had if we just keep this to the algal bloom, the impact on our coast. We are a tourist town, as are many coastal properties, coastal councils, and our economy is dependent on tourism, which is being impacted. Some of our icons in Victor Harbour, all of you would know about the horse-drawn tram and Granite Island. The horse-drawn tram wasn't able to operate for a month because of the impact of the algal bloom on the horses, who were sneezing as well as the staff, and it isn't available for any of the grants that the South Australian Government are providing, and yet it is a South Australian and an Australian icon that is advertised and brings people to South Australia and Australia from overseas. But because it is a council asset, even though it is a subsidiary, it's not deemed to be available. As I said, we have a very small ratepayer base. We can only contribute so much, and so this is really important. The other thing is that much of the impact has been reactive, rather than looking at, we know that climate change is happening. What are the strategic things that we can put in place to address these sorts of national emergencies that are happening. Council is doing a number of work itself and linking with having private partnerships so that we can actually monitor and put into place long-term strategies to address impacts on our coast. And perhaps you want to talk briefly about the Flinders University project that we're doing.
I can. So just adding on from the Mayor's comments, so we have partnered with the Flinders University with a PhD coastal study where we've got a couple of buoys out in the ocean there where we can actually monitor sea movement. We've got a lot of issues with sea erosion or coastal erosion. So the council itself, our ratepayers, are funding near on $4 million worth of coastal works to protect our infrastructure. But also part of those issues is protecting our marine environment here, which is a native marine park. We've got the whales that came through. They obviously weren't affected by the algal bloom. They still came and visited, which was good. We were concerned that may have an issue, but again, this wasn't the science behind to actually understand. So from a council perspective, we're looking for more of a coordinated approach. In my role as CEO, I'm also chair of the Zone Emergency Management Committee for the Adelaide Hills, Fleurieu and Kangaroo Island. And what we'd probably like to see is some sort of similar type of approach for these type of ecological disasters, because that's what it is. It's no different to any other natural disaster and should be treated as such. And making sure that all levels of government work together. Local government, I was listening on the live stream driving here, so it comes across very clear. And Senator Walker's questions about the question of what roles and additional roles local government are playing. Particularly regional councils, we have to fill the gap where both federal government and state government aren't providing the support and services. So you're seeing councils ratepayers investing in those type of research studies because they aren't being provided down here from the state government. And we need that data and information. I realise this has not happened before and there isn't any party or government that would have been prepared, but it's how we actually respond and work together and not let it get political, which we are seeing, which is unfortunate. It's a human issue that we all need to be good about and pay attention to and try and do what we can to resolve it, understand the science of it, whether we can prevent it or not, but even educating people, because that seems to be our biggest issue as a tourism destination. We have events down here, people aren't coming because there is the assumption that you can't go to the beach. you can. We're sitting literally metres from it as we speak. It's still beautiful out there, and we need to educate our community on what's actually happening so they actually pay more attention and understand the investment that needs to be made to understand the science behind it and work collaboratively.
Thank you. I represent the Kangaroo Island Tourism Alliance, which represents more than 120 businesses across the visitor economy on the island, which contributes $197 million annually to our economy and supports 1 in 3 jobs. We have a population of 5,000 people, and we host approximately 192,000 visitors every year, 15% of which are internationals, with an additional 40,000 visitors coming by cruise ships. The island is renowned internationally for its unspoilt natural environment, abundant wildlife and premium produce. Our submission focused on 4 key aspects: the impact on tourism and the regional economy, concerns regarding coordination and communication, support for businesses impacted and long-term resilience, and social and community impacts. However, there's been a 5th issue which has begun to impact the island, and that is the reputational damage that the tourism brand. KI has not been immune to its challenges, as the Mayor has pointed out. Over the last 5 years, we've had the 1920 bushfires, which devastated 48% of the island, COVID, drought, and now an algal bloom. And our community is trying to hold up to that, but is starting to the cracks are really starting to show. We urge the committee to consider how communication, preparedness and tailored business support can protect not just our environment, but also long-term sustainability of our region's economy, whilst keeping and protecting the very essence that the island has been internationally known for. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. As I mentioned, I am Chair of Fleurieu Peninsula Tourism, which is the regional tourism body for the 4 council areas. The visitor economy for Fleurieu is $519 million a year, so it's a substantial input into the community. And to be honest, it's under great risk at the moment. I can also talk, and I'm very happy to talk with my heart on my sleeve as being a small business owner in the area, because I'm being directly affected today and tomorrow, and when I have to pay the rent and the lease at the end of the month. So I wanted to share firstly some of the impacts that it's having on tourism and the support that the tourism industry is getting back from government at the moment. While very well-meaning, the Office of Small Business grants that were put out, these figures that I'm going to quote were I guess unofficial, but were accurate about 2 weeks ago, so they wouldn't have changed dramatically. But across the whole state, only up to 47 businesses have received a $10,000 grant at this point. When you think of how many small businesses would be affected by this, and I'm sure you've met many of them over the last few days, that's a very small number. And at that same point, only 11 marine businesses, which would be fishermen and aquaculture businesses, had received their grants at that point. So a very, very small input. On top of that, the SATC have announced a tourism voucher scheme, which is a recommence, I guess, of the COVID voucher scheme. That will start later this month. But with all of that, it's really important to understand that regardless of how long this bloom continues and how long it continues to affect the ocean, the effects on business and the economy are going to be severe and for a very long time. The tourism industry across most coastal regions would make about 80% of their revenue between December and April each year. If they don't make 80% of their revenue during that period, they're not going to survive next winter. So the economic effects are going to roll for many, many months, regardless of the algal bloom. If it was to dissipate and all clean itself up in the next couple of weeks or months, the effects will still flow through to next winter. The government support has to, otherwise large numbers of businesses are going to be in trouble. Just to put it into context, and I'll quote you a figure directly from my business. My business holdings for October are over 80% down on what they were last year. So when we're talking about 15, 20, 30% reductions. My business is 80% down for October. The majority of tourism businesses run at a profit margin of around 10%, often less than 10%, very rarely above 20%. So if you're even talking about a 20% reduction in revenue, you're talking about making a loss.
A big loss.
A big loss, absolutely. And this is going to continue, as I said, for many months. If we don't receive the support for the summer period, if the algae bloom continues to affect business in a similar fashion as it is currently, many businesses aren't going to make it through the summer, and if they don't make it through the summer, they're certainly not going to make it through the winter because they will have nothing in the bank. So that's a snapshot of the industry. On the positive side, as I said, things like the voucher scheme and to promote tourism are very positive and very well received. It is very late in the piece. Our occupancy, our business has been down since March. It's also worth noting in some of the figures that get quoted per month that last year Easter actually occurred in March, this year occurred in April. So in fact, the figures for April were way worse than they would actually seem on the outset. So yes, we've been affected for that for basically 6 months already. And as I said, at this point, it's looking very poor. We basically, at the moment, my business is receiving an equal number of cancellations to reservations. So in fact, we're not gaining any ground moving forward. And coming into a Christmas period, that's obviously going to be devastating. So that's a snapshot into how business is looking at the moment. The effects do vary. My Fleurieu Peninsula recently ran a business survey across our membership. We only received 27 responses, which is an interesting insight into how people are feeling at the moment. People tend to fill out surveys when they feel confident and happy. In this case, of those 27 surveys, basically only 5 people thought they were going to get an algae grant, business grant, and the rest thought they wouldn't achieve the requirements. So the money that has been offered is only assisting a very small number of businesses at this point.
Could I just say we did ask some questions about the eligibility criteria for some of those grants, and we're told to encourage people to apply regardless.
Yep.
That the government is trying to tweak and is open to tweaking criteria as needed. But I still think the point you're making is a valid one, which is, I mean, at this point they're only up until October anyway, and the amounts are not enough. But I wouldn't want anyone listening in to be discouraged from applying, even if you don't know, you don't think that you're eligible. I think it's better that the government receives a whole lot of applications because that actually proves the point too.
Absolutely, and totally agree. An official announcement of that would be very useful to make that point.
Yes, yes.
Rather
it shouldn't be left to the Senate inquiry.
Rather than an anecdotal comment.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and hopefully someone from the state government is listening down the line here.
I think you'll find that a bunch of people have said that. They've said it in this inquiry. They've said it in media interviews. They've put it in press releases. You know, appreciate the joy of beating up on the government, but and maybe they could do more. But to say they've done nothing is actually untrue.
No one's saying they've done nothing. It's just that I think the message needs to be clearer, as Mr. Hurley's saying. I'd like to just kick off, Mayor Pengelly. The Prime Minister came to Kangaroo Island. Apparently, yeah. So you didn't meet with him?
I wasn't informed of it, no, that's his business, but I had no knowledge. I got a phone call from someone in Canberra who probably shouldn't have rung me to say he was on Kangaroo Island. Was I with him? I said, well, I don't know where he is. It was as simple as that. I didn't know he was there. And sort of one thing led to another, and then the phone started buzzing from Adelaide, from media outlets. Are you with the Prime Minister? No, I'm not. I haven't been invited. However, I think he missed an opportunity, putting that to one side, to meet with more people than he did. It was pretty much an exercise in getting a photo taken. I said that, and I don't withdraw that at all. He could have popped down here to the southern Fleurieu. He popped into Suburban Beach. and then disappeared. So, you know, I'm pretty angsty that they have done far too little. I'm actually on the State Ministerial Reference Group with Minister Close, and I pick up on a few of those points that have been made by my colleagues this morning in relation to the grants. When the Premier came over for a forum a couple of weeks ago, we had a round table business in the afternoon and then the forum in the evening.
And the forum was open to the community?
Yes. The round table had people from the tourism sector and people from the fishing industry there. That was far more use than the forum in the evening because it got down to the nitty-gritty of how much money these people are losing and not making, got down to the grants, the whole gambit. And one fisherman explained quite well that the vast majority of hook fishermen's income is not very high and they don't qualify for the 10,000. So my main focus in all of this is on the people affected, whether they be in tourism or in the fishing sector or aquaculture. We've got the abalone farm and oysters at American River. That will fix itself in due course. Yeah, we can throw all the money in the world at the environment, but we live 500 feet above sea level, and if I look out across the bay, 28 nautical miles across the York Peninsula, west I can see Cape Spencer, and then I can look east towards the Edithburgh Light. There's nothing out there. Very few fish. I mean, that's the harsh reality of it. My council CEO is a diver. He swum around the Kingscote jetty, and there's just nothing down there. There was always lots of fish, scallops, all sorts of things. That's gone. So we have to concentrate on looking after our people, and I concur with what Megan said. Even on the boat this morning, I had two people come up and said, well, we don't know what we're going to do. We're getting cancellations one after the other on our summer bookings over Christmas, New Year. That's going to knock them around. I'm sure Megan may be able to elaborate on that as well.
Yep.
When I came over this morning, Megan and I are the only two who came by sea, I might add. But the water's green. There was no foam, but the water is green. With the clean-up, it cleaned itself up on Kangaroo Island. Now I'm concerned about the crayfish sector. They will start fishing shortly. We've been largely hit along the north coast, more than anywhere else, some around the south coast. And the consequential fallout from what happened with the upwelling, it was a bigger than usual Lewin-Cullen upwelling. Temperature of water was 2.5 degrees hotter than normal. And of course we had the Murray. Now, for your information, there is actual Murray outflow east of D'Estuary Bay, comes up underground, under the sea, and there's fresh water comes out about 15 nautical mile off D'Estuary Bay. It should be perfect crayfishing spot, but it's fresh water. So the amount of nutrient that potentially came out of there, along with, as Mayor Parks said earlier, it came out through the mouth of the Murray. It was just a proverbial sandwich. I don't need to elaborate on that. So my real focus, I'm also concerned that if there's a big pot full of money, all the different government agencies, whether they be in South Australia or Canberra or wherever, will all run to get their hands on it. That money needs to keep our people going, our tourism sector, our fishing people. Mayor Jenkins, and they've talked about it down here, the impact on tourism. So I really think we've got a unique chance through your committee to get the message across in Canberra. It doesn't seem to be getting across. That's why I said I'm very grateful. Until we had stingrays and fish all over the beaches in the city, they didn't want to know about it. So we've got to keep at it. We've got to get the message out, and you're in a prime position to do it, and I'm very pleased. It seems to be very bipartisan.
Tripartisan even.
Well, it'll be bipartisan until you get back in the chambers, my history. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things, and this is just picking up from the comment about making sure people feel like they've got the information to know where to go, what to do. The York Peninsula Council yesterday proposed to us that there needed to be some type of algae bloom kind of coordinator position, a response officer in that councils could tap into. so that there'd be one point of call. You'd know who to be able to ask for, advice about the grants, advice about the safety implications, the health implications. Is that something that you would find helpful? Given from their perspective, they were saying, we've got ratepayers and businesses coming to us, constituents, members of the community, and they don't even know where to point them to. If there was one person or a focal point.
There is. I was going to say, I think from my perspective, councils will do that. Every council is quite different. So larger councils can have somebody like that, and councils will do that internally themselves. From our perspective, and I think from having that one point in council, a coordinated communication framework that is led by state and federal government is really important. So that person can link in with that framework. And recognising that local councils are key stakeholders in environmental impact. We are the hands on the ground, we're the eyes on the ground, we're the closest to community of all levels of government. And so being included in anything that involves local government that is of vital importance rather than being left out. So right from the beginning. So I think providing recovery support is extremely important, including targeting marketing campaigns, linking with the local government association as a whole to do that on behalf of local councils or with local councils, not forgetting regional and remote area councils as well, rather than just focusing on the metropolitan councils are important. And investing in real-time ocean monitoring infrastructure, as we're trying to do, and having that investment there so that we can support research partnerships to improve forecasting and improve long-term planning. This is the first time this event's happened, but it's not going to be the last time, and there are going to be other marine emergency events that occur that we perhaps haven't thought of as the years go in. And so I think having a framework where councils are part of that framework is really important.
So you're not having to scramble to work out where to point people or where to get information.
No, because we are the people that the community will be asking what's going on,
and particularly in regional areas. And
absolutely,
I think it's fair to say that in the metro areas, the community is much more kind of takes the lead from whatever's being said at state government level. But it seems very clear, even just this 4 days, that in the rural and regional areas, those particularly in the coastal zones, it's the local council that's the hub for that.
The state government has obviously got the algae bloom site now. I mean, they did bring it all together. There was a time where we didn't know who was doing what, which understandably, but unfortunately that took nearly 6 months to come about. So it is really helpful. And we found, I hate to use the analogy, but COVID demonstrated how nimble local government can be to administer the information and the resources that need to come about from state and federal government in terms of support for communities. We did it really well during COVID, and we're trying, and I think because of that, community came directly to councils for all the information about what was actually happening and why, and we didn't have the answers, and that just exacerbated that fear, which is still out there because of, need I say, some of it is in the media. The media is feeding off of this and making it a tad too political, where we've got to understand the issue, educate our communities, educate everybody about it so that we can actually start recovering and show people this is something that's going to reoccur, but you need to be coming to the beaches, supporting those towns, supporting all the regional communities, because they won't survive unless you're out there supporting them.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Mr. Hurley, you, again, don't answer this if you don't want to. What sector, like getting the idea of different sectors, we had a tour guide and I think up one section of his business up, one down.
Yep.
What sector are you involved?
Accommodation.
Accommodation.
Yeah.
What we're seeing, we're talking about fine tune and what to do. Like, I think everyone is seeing that needs to be more put into this. I don't think anyone's saying pull stuff out of it. That 30% drop in income before you can qualify in the winter months seems to be a problem because winter's coming off a low base in coastal tourism.
Absolutely.
And that's an aside. To me, the 30% level in winter months lets you go broke slower, doesn't keep you alive. In summer, though, if you're having 80% shutdowns and 40% shutdowns, that looks like you'll qualify, unfortunately for you, more easily. So should we be looking at a scalable from those subsistence levels, different scales for winter and things? Should we be recommending a lower burden of loss of income during the winter months?
Look, absolutely. In the survey, we did about 50% of the people that responded to the survey, and it is a relatively small number, as I admitted, but actually showed a loss of income between 10 and 30%. So absolutely. So you're probably running at a loss in winter anyway. So you're just exacerbating that loss. In summer, and the real concern for us is, as I said, we're normally banking a fund to let us survive next winter over summer. So the loss, our base operating costs, so in my business, it was about $10,000 a month. So that $10,000 paid by base operating numbers for 1 month, not for 5 or not for 6. And so that's the real issue. If we are not returning to anywhere near our normal levels for summer, the impacts will be flowing through into the last quarter of the financial year really dramatically. Absolutely.
Anyone else, Megan?
I think there's some good points there. I think one of the things that's not coming out is we're at the start of the pain, really. And the pain started for us in March, April, but a lot of the places, and it's just hitting, you were in Port Lincoln the other day, it's starting to hit there. Businesses, tourism businesses have got a high debt ratio. The banks have probably been reasonably lenient until now. They're eventually going to want their money. And when businesses can't pay back their loans or pay the interest, that's when it's get really tough. This is why I'm really insisting that the issue of being declared a natural disaster comes into play. When we had the fires, we had the federal government and the state government, the Prime Minister and the Premier at the time, there within days. The Premier came back 3 or 4 times. We had a consistent run of ministers. We've hardly seen anybody. But I have to say, my relationship with Susan Close is very good. I was in the Parliament with her on the other side, but that doesn't matter. And Susan's been very good. Having me on board, the reference group, Adam's on the reference group as well. And I'm picking up on the points that are being made about getting the message out. Perhaps we're not getting it out well enough because we get a lot of information at that reference group. Anything I get, I put it on my social media site for people. That's been quite helpful. But we have a lot of older people who are not into social media. It's not their thing. So, I am concerned. Thank you, Senator, for the question, because I do think that there needs to be some great weight thrown upon lending institutions to show a bit of mercy or a bit of humility or a bit of humanity, or call it what you like, to enable these businesses to get through. Because as we said at the start, we don't know where it's going to finish. I'm rather hopeful that it could be a whole lot easier in the future. We're not going to have the outflow from the Murray, for example. Depends on the upwelling. Water temperatures come and go, and we've got an abalone farm not far from us, and they have water temperature problems in a hot summer. By the time they get to February, they start losing abs. Their abs are actually recovering now. They weren't eating, they weren't clinging to the tanks. They're sticking there again now, but they have got some degree of toxin in them. So, I am hopeful. I think we've got to be hopeful. We can't be doom and gloom about it, but we've got to get our people through.
Well, maybe we need to send a memo to our former colleague Simon Birmingham at the Banking Association. He's a South Australian. Maybe he could do something about it. What do you reckon?
One last question. Mayor Jenkins, interesting, we're in Seagate?
Sea Cliff.
The other day, and we were actually trying to get down who can close beaches. You said in your opening testimony that due, and thanks to my South Australian colleague, I believe that's Department of Environment and Water,
Yes.
closed your beaches. Is that true? Because we got no answer who could close a beach in. Yeah.
They're their beaches. So,
Right.
So
They own the beach.
They own the beach. So council actually doesn't own any beach.
Right.
And so we can't.
But the
close-
owner of the beach, in this case, shut the beach down.
So, yeah, that's a national. Waipinga Parsons
Yeah.
is within a national park.
Right.
So Dew, who manage and maintain that national park, were able to close their beach.
The beach owner.
We can, and we have done during COVID. They tried to make us close the beaches. Councils are responsible up to the high water mark. So similarly, we didn't. We were again challenging, saying, "Well, you've closed those beaches. Do I need to close these beaches?" Which I do have delegation to do so, and they're saying, "No, you don't need to." We didn't have those same challenges. So
You didn't have to, but you could have.
No,
just you had the power to.
correct.
Right.
If we needed to, but it's very risky. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, so I picked that's interesting because this council's ensconced in a reasonably small area of coastline. We've got 500 kilometres on KI, third largest island in Australia. We're under pumped to close some beaches, and we said no.
Yep.
We physically can't do it. We can't manage it, and we don't. It'll be like welcome to Wagga if we put signs on every beach.
Wagga's got a beach. It's not very good.
So that was a concern for us. But one of the things that's actually amazed me in all of this, and particularly in the metropolitan area, is people are told, Nicholas Bury is told, so don't go down near the foam, don't breathe it in. There is a potential risk. They've played around with that this week. I cannot understand for the life of me, when that threat is there, why people insist on walking down beaches in the middle of foam. I just can't, I don't get it. Maybe I'm simple or something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Walker.
Thanks. My question mainly goes to Mr. Hurley, but I'm happy to hear any other contributions. In terms of sort of, the turnover you've seen at your business, I'm interested to know if it's sort of been a gradual downfall in bookings or if it's sort of been an up and down pattern as sort of information available to the public has changed. Interested to know what the pattern's been, and if any of other councils are aware of what's going on in their jurisdictions, I'd be interested to know as well.
It's definitely been a slow drip feed out, so yeah, a slow downturn. What's occurred more recently, and I did allude to it before, is it's also an upturn in cancellations. So not only are you not getting new business coming in, but the upturn in cancellations has definitely increased. I monitored it myself in my own business over the last 2 weeks from a week ago, and we over that period we actually had equal number of bookings and cancellations, which is pretty much unheard of.
And people telling you why? Like, do you find people are wanting to step around?
No. I actually recently quoted a specific one. It was quite a large booking that was coming to dive Rapid Bay, and they said, we've just seen underwater footage of Rapid Bay and we're not coming. So, yeah, very, very clear about what the reason why.
For us, Senator Walker, the bloom coincided with the seasonal downturn in tourism, so it was very difficult to actually work out what was the seasonal downturn with whether it was impacted on the bloom. But we do know from the horse-drawn tram statistics, and they we had Minister Zoe Bettison, the Tourism Minister, come and talk with us last week about tourism in Victor Harbour and in the region. That was suspended for several weeks because of health concerns, as I said previously.
And our downturn on the island has generally been protected a little bit by our international visitation. We generally see quite a few internationals through the winter time on the island, so we're being somewhat protected through winter. But I think what we're hearing anecdotally around that potential 40% downturn is what we're seeing from the domestic market, from both South Australian and interstate markets, moving forward into the spring and the summer. So whilst we don't have any data like Mr. Hurley does at this stage, but we're keeping a very close eye on what's going on at the moment.
I'd support Megan. And the other thing is we own the airport. The council owns the airport. unfortunately, but on KI, that's another story. And our numbers have been good over winter. Probably Megan can, there's numbers of Italians are up. Italians dropped, they just died out after COVID, Italian honeymooners and whatnot. That market's been good. I flew a couple of weeks ago. There was 63 on the plane and there was only one bloke from the island and the rest were all Italians who all got up as soon as the plane stopped to get off. But anyway, so our numbers are improving. They need to improve a lot more, but the international market will hold up, I'm sure. Yeah.
And for Victor, just to add to the Mayor's comments, because there was this vacuum of silence from March to probably June when it really became metro-centric, it hadn't actually really impacted. We had issues with the horse tram because it actually couldn't operate. It was several weeks it couldn't operate. So there's been a huge downturn of the income from the horse-drawn tram because it just wasn't even functioning. And then when it has been able to function, now we've actually got this fear that you can't come to the coastal areas, so now we're actually feeling it. And we'll probably have true indication of what that data looks like with the October school holidays.
Yeah.
So, I don't have offhand, but the data in terms of bookings, we are aware that bookings are being cancelled in our caravan parks and over the school holidays because there's this unknown. And that's the unknown we need to get the message across. And it's interstate and our local domestic travellers, which Victor will feel the most.
We asked some of the fishing witnesses earlier about where the water has kind of cleared, and this goes to the point you were making, Mayor Pengelly. Even if the bloom's been, the water looks a bit clearer, there's still nothing in it. Is it so? You might not be getting the coughing and the sore throat, and so people may not be being affected.
Yeah,
but there's still nothing in the water.
Well, there is some fish come back in.
Okay.
They have been catching some whiting around the island in different places. The whiting are skinny. Some of them that caught what they call the drift out from Kingscote, when they opened them up, they had sort of pebbles in them. So the fish are obviously hungry. And they're not in good condition. There's quite good numbers of salmon going through. Yesterday I just did a drive around the waterfront in Kingscote. There's a seal colony lives there in winter. When the weather warms up, the water warms up, they go. There's several seals there, but what I did note, there's a lot of shags there, cormorants, and they all looked in pretty good nick. So they're getting fed from somewhere. There have been some people, and I think out of Penishaw, my father-in-law went out 3 days in a row at 91 and bagged out each day, which was good. So it's not all doom and gloom there, but there's no squid. There's just no squid anywhere. There have been, PIRSA told us the other day at the reference group that there has been some garfish around American River area, which is encouraging. So, yeah, I am, as I said earlier, I'm half full rather than half empty. And we just got to hope that this continues. A concern of mine is that if the predator fish move in, there's no seahorses left, so if the predator fish move in, make it a base, the normal fish that exists, the Tommy Ruffs, the snook, the whatever, whiting, the snook, they may not be able to re-establish as good as they have, because the tuna come through during the summer, both on the south coast and the north coast. It'll be interesting to see what the tuna run does this year. I listened with interest to some of the discussions that came through on the news out of your Port Lincoln visit. So it's pretty unknown for a lot of us, but there are some fish around, and Megan may know more about Penishaw. She lives there.
Yeah, there are patches. There's definitely been more affected on the north coast of the island. The south, they seem to be doing a lot more fishing on the south coast. A lot of people though. So, but again, as the Mayor said,
which is more the wide open ocean.
Yes, yep, it is. And again, the fish are not in very good condition. They're quite.
They're hungry.
They're hungry. Yep.
And this has affected
just pick up on that south coast. We are concerned about people coming over with boats from the mainland or even locals going fishing on the south coast. It's absolutely treacherous. You get no warning down there. It can be like this on the north coast. and you can have a 2 metre swell on the south coast. So if they launch off the beach at Vivon Bay or D'Estreux or wherever, they're unsure. I've raised it with Coast Guard. They're worried about how in an incident they can only launch at Penashore or Kingscote to get to the south coast, which is a fair way away. So we've got all sorts of buts and maybes. Yes, there's good fish down on the south coast, but it's a treacherous place.
Yes.
We're also concerned about some land-based animals. We've had reports of penguin deaths.
We've had some penguins wash up in the Adelaide beaches.
Yeah. So we've got a very small colony that we're trying to protect on Granite Island and build up, and there's been a few penguin deaths, and the penguins apparently have been quite emaciated, the ones that have come into the shore, but they're having to apparently swim out a lot further than they normally would to get fish, which means that there's more predators for them and those sorts of things. So it's having that flow-on effect to some of those animals that depend on fish stock for their food.
All right. Can I just do a follow-up to that?
Yep.
I know time is short, but just going back to your earlier evidence about the possible long tail of the impact on businesses, how much confidence do you have that we going to have a good picture about the impact on businesses? I mean, we're hearing very wide estimates, 40% through to 80%. It seems critical that we get really good information about the impact on businesses, whether they're fishing or the visitor economy, and that we craft the support so that it has the right time profile for the impacts.
Yeah, if I could respond to that, I think the really important message to get through is, regardless of what happens with the bloom between now and, let's say, April next year, there is going to be a severe impact regardless. And that period of December through to April is what sets up most coastal businesses for the rest of the year. And if we're not set up, then the impact will flow much, much longer. So even if it ended today, we're still looking at a situation where businesses might be running into trouble in June next year. And just to compare that to COVID, COVID was obviously a terrible time to be in business, but the support was fantastic, and the understanding from the community was fantastic, and the understanding from the banks was okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. But there was certainly a lot of benefits that came our way as small business operators. Right now, there are some minor benefits, and they're very well received and very gratefully received. But we're looking at a situation that is literally as bad as COVID from an operating revenue point of view, but we're not seeing the reduction in costs. So we're still basically funding our businesses as if they were operating normally, but without the support that we had during COVID.
Just on the fishing charter, Emu Bay fishing charters are actually putting the boat in the water this weekend. They want to go out and see just what is or isn't out there, but they're not prepared to take bookings at the moment because they can't guarantee fish. So, he's going to have a crack and see what's out there. Yeah.
Just from a different hat, so from Regional Development Australia's perspective, that's 3 levels of government working together. I actually think there's an opportunity, which we have talked at our RDA for Adelaide Hills, Fleurieu and Kangaroo Island, is actually doing some targeted business cases. A general survey of housing conditions I don't think is going to give you the data you need or the evidence you need, but some targeted business cases on a variety of industries of how they've been impacted to understand their befores, their durings and their after will actually help the government, I think, do more of that targeted funding and support rather than just random surveys, because you're not going to get the information you need. And RDA has got that tripartisan support to be able to deliver that for the region.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your evidence today. And if there's anything further that you think we need to know, please send it through.
And I thank the committee again for holding the hearing and allowing us to present.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clapped. Doesn't happen very often. You don't get clapped very often as a panel. I think they're clapping you, not us.
Yes, that's right. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australian Red Cross Society. Thank you. We're going to break for 10 minutes at about 1 o'clock. Give people a break and then we'll...
Should have brought a packed lunch.
I know.
Well,
I've got some
music.
I probably can't eat this one. I've got severe jaw problems at the moment, so I can't eat hard foods. Oh. It's all of my muscles are messed up. I get whenever I eat hard food, my mouth locks shut. I need to be able to.
You'll be fine.
I can read my own writing.
We're going to restart. So I now welcome representatives from the Australian Red Cross Society. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
Sarah Strathern, Director of Red Cross for Australian Red Cross in South Australia.
Emily English, Senior Manager of External Engagement.
Thank you. Now, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear here today on Ramangeri and Ngarrindjeri land. And I'd like to start by saying, as a trusted humanitarian organisation with volunteers, staff and members embedded in communities not only across the country, the state, but importantly here, local government areas affected, we welcome the chance to share what we are hearing directly from those affected by the ongoing environmental crisis. Specifically, we draw attention to the mental health impacts linked to the recurring algal blooms. Our comments are informed by our own frontline staff and volunteers, the mental health professionals we work alongside. They are also grounded in the lived experience of individuals and communities who are navigating these challenges daily. I include myself here. As a local Seacliff resident, I'm grateful for the beautiful beach that has helped me to face challenges, find joy and much more on my daily walks with my dog, where I'm now deeply concerned about what I have personally experienced along with those I love. We've all seen disturbing images of dead and dying marine life. What Red Cross are hearing on the ground, however, goes much deeper than that. People are describing a persistent sense of distress and emotional exhaustion. One of our team members recently told us they couldn't bear to look at another dead animal while photographing wildlife to upload on a citizen science app. Others speak of how confronting it is, especially for children, with the parents saying they didn't know how to explain to their son why he couldn't touch the foam or why there were so many dead things. Socially isolated seniors in remote coastal areas have told us their families are no longer visiting them due to perceived health risks. Families are cancelling their vac swim participation for summer holidays, which in normal times has, of course, so many benefits, including employing young people, enhancing water safety, preventing drownings, promoting regional travel and social connectedness with families. We are also hearing from our Red Cross associated people, many with experience responding to bushfires and other disasters, that the current support needs echo those seen after other major crises, particularly in terms of the need for in-person psychosocial support. Recreational and social activities such as beach walking, swimming, fishing and surfing are well known for supporting mental well-being. The uncertainty around the access to these outlets is being felt deeply. In some communities, this has coincided with a rise in harmful coping behaviours, including increased alcohol and drug use. In one coastal town, hospitality staff have noted a significant drop in tourism, but at the same time, an increase in alcohol consumption in the community compared to the same time last year. Red Cross are hearing from people with existing mental health care plans who rely on the beach as part of their coping strategy. Some describe intense anxiety and a worsening of their condition due to their concerns around the algal bloom and its impact. One community member described that they felt a constant pit of hopelessness that's never going to get better. They were uncertain about whether to continue visiting the beach, but they were also aware of the psychological consequences that stopping visiting the beach might have for them. Clinicians in regional South Australia are voicing deep concern about the emotional toll on their communities. At a recent community forum hosted by a local mental health practitioner, attendees were visibly distressed. A clinician described a palpable distress among the audience of more than 100 residents and spoke of substantial and concerning emotional and psychological impacts which are now interfering with people's daily functioning. Access to mental health professionals is a key emerging issue. People are telling us they are waiting weeks to see a GP and even longer for a psychologist. For individuals experiencing panic attacks or indeed suicidal ideation, these wait times are clearly inadequate. Even within normally close-knit communities, such as local surfing groups, we are hearing about rising tensions and conflict, including online and in-person abuse. As one surfer put it, surfing helps people keep away, often, from dangerous lifestyles and choices, a benefit that is currently perceived by many as out of reach. Some individuals are turning to misinformation and conspiracy theories. This points to the need for trusted, timely, proactive communication with key communicators to avoid this exacerbating anxiety. We are seeing signs that the social cohesion that we value so deeply in this country is beginning to fray in association with this event. We know that events like this often impact people with increased risk to emergency kind of situations in the same way as other disasters. That said, and there was a lot, there is also hope. Community forums which integrate scientific information with practical actions are receiving strong positive feedback. People have told us that simply having the chance to share their story and to feel heard makes a difference. When we speak about impacts that go beyond economic or environmental losses to include mental health and social well-being, people feel seen. The overarching theme we are hearing is unfortunately one of hopelessness, grief and invisibility, but there is a clear opportunity here to respond with intention using all available policy and practice levers to recognise the full scope of what communities are experiencing and to walk alongside them in a visible and coordinated way. That is what Red Cross is advocating for. Next week it's Emergency Ready Week, and we'll be advocating for and promoting community resilience across the country. On this note, I'd like to thank the committee for taking this issue as seriously as you have and for giving affected communities a platform to be heard.
Thank you. Senator Grogan?
I've already met with you guys. I'm pretty clear on where you're going, but maybe you could just give us a little bit more detail about where you think, what the actual strategy is. I know you've said more support and quite broad. A further detail about how you would see, because the impact is quite broad and widespread, and it's that whole thing. It's like, do you have someone walking on every single beach looking for people who might need some support or any of those sorts of things, or is it a, you know, what is the plan that you have in your heads about how to support the community through a situation like this?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your time prior to this hearing as well. We see the critical need to invest in psychosocial wellbeing to build resilience and reduce long-term harm. We see that in any framework, in any response, we need to consider the psychosocial needs of community as part of that. And opportunities to do that, such as empowering local government agencies with tools and supports to provide that psychosocial care, are critically important and something that can be easily activated within the communities.
And I guess when we talk about psychosocial, it's recognising that this is also a humanitarian issue. It's not just an environmental one. And so what we've been seeing at a lot of the forums is that helplessness and the need for that mental health support. And we've had staff and volunteers attend 9 of the community forums around the state so far, and we've been providing that psychological first aid at those forums, and people have been seeking us out and wanting to tell their stories. And as Sarah said, it's about feeling heard and like that their concerns and their anxiety and their trauma is actually being validated.
It also provides an opportunity for people to get that link and connection to access to other supports and the tangibility, connecting to the tangible things that they can be a part of in terms of community response more broadly. And it's really about ensuring that there's the linkages through potentially considering the psychosocial needs of community in any kind of response. We then empower people to go and do all of the other things that are required around the beach cleanup, around getting on with their business, around working out what the plan's going to be. So it's really, Senator, about, for us, seeing the critical humanitarian value of associating that in terms of all levels of response across state, federal, local government, and key people that they can partner with, such as community organisations and such as Red Cross.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Did Red Cross take it upon yourselves to go and be at those forums, or has the state government who's running those, I assume we're talking about the state government ones because there's been community-led ones as well. Did state government approach you and say, we need this type of first aid, as you describe it? I thought that was that's a very poignant kind of description. Did they ask you to be there?
We have been in ongoing conversations with state government, and part of our approach to making sure that we have the community sentiment was to attend those forums. And whilst we were there, we had negotiations with state government about the additional role that we could provide while we're there, particularly with the trusted brand of the Red Cross on our T-shirts, to provide that psychological first aid that we can. However, we are limited by how much we can do that without having more of a formal agreement in place.
Just strikes me, I mean, we've been travelling around all week, and I mean, yes, would have been great to have had somebody there yesterday, for example.
3 people crying in the hearings yesterday, or adjacent to us.
And it was quite clear that the trauma being felt, the acute impact and trauma being felt in that community yesterday was on obvious display across the broad range of members of the community. And in fact, in response to our questions, one of the things, I think it was one of the questions that you asked, Senator Grogan, one of the fishermen said, well, I can't even think about what comes next.
Yeah.
And so here we are, and I can imagine, you've got state government scrambling to kind of try and pull all this together, and people are, I can't even think about what happens tomorrow, let alone what happens over the summer months, or what happens in winter if these grants aren't there, or there isn't, what happens with if the bloom moves on but the sea's still dead. So, I mean, it seems to me that some type of formal acknowledgement or role for this type of community support is needed in whatever, the summer plan is, and, the reference group. It seems very clear to me that there needs to be something of that magnitude included.
Yes, with psychological first aid, there's a recognition that people do experience a range of early reactions, and they can absolutely be physical, psychological, emotional and behavioural. And these reactions absolutely have, the ability to interfere with people's ability to cope and take next steps. There's a lot of evidence that sits behind that as well. And these reactions are normal and understandable given people's experiences. But recovery is really assisted by psychological first aid early on. And for us to be able to continue to talk to government at all levels around that psychological first aid is something that we will continue to investigate to be able to play that humanitarian role and provide that type of really tangible support when people need it most.
Local councils must be really struggling to know how to deal with this. They're the ones who's, particularly in the regional areas, as we were talking before, where access to mental health services is already very thin on the ground, let alone any other type of specialist services. Have you been talking with local councils about what can be done to make sure their staff know how to deal with the situation when residents walk through the door pretty distressed?
The short answer is absolutely yes. However, there's 35 local government areas obviously affected. So we're focusing on where we've got some relationships, and certainly as well having conversations with the local government association in order to work with them on what can be provided for their communities as those key holders and key first point of call that people and community are coming to across the state. So there's a real opportunity that we see to work in collaboration not only with those local government council areas, but have a coordinated approach across the state and indeed nationally where and if that should be required in these kind of situations.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Can I start in my other portfolio in emergency management? Thank you for everything that you and your organisation does in these regards. In regards how this is looking, because it's this end date, this uncertainty is another. I mean, essentially we're dealing with people in the middle of the bushfire rather than after the bushfire, sort of thing. Are you seeing a stronger resemblance in this to an acute disaster or something like a COVID lockdown? So you said about the alcohol increase and these sorts of things. That to me seems more like a COVID than a fire or a flood or a thing. How are you seeing it? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Senator. It shares characteristics with a slow onset disaster, collective trauma events, and it shares characteristics with agricultural crises as well. Research shows that such events can lead to long-term mental health issues, especially when compounded, as there are in a number of areas, drought, black summer fires, by previous disruptions to people's life, and COVID, as you mentioned as well. The algal bloom has triggered similar patterns of distress, grief and anxiety as we have seen and as we have responded to with bushfires, droughts and disease outbreaks. Because
what we're seeing is people's safe spaces, as you said, that people already receiving the mental health programs like to go to the beach and I live on a beach, I can see why they would do that. We saw even Mr. Eates today got a bit emotional and was reached out. His safe space is the ocean. So what we're effectively doing is taking away the safe spaces of many people who were already dependent upon them. They already needed support, aren't we, with what's going on here?
This is absolutely echoing the community sentiment that we are hearing, that people are feeling disconnected from their mental health supports and their emotional, psychological and physical outlets, which are in and of themselves a safety net around their mental well-being. Absolutely. Across fishing communities, surfing communities, swimming families, people that use the beach, people that come to the beach from other areas, tourists. Everybody that would usually access, enjoy, participate in these activities is thinking twice about it. And we anticipate if there's bushfire risk across the state this coming summer, compounded by potentially people's reluctance to come to the beach, it could, culminate in quite a situation where people are quite socially isolated and without those recreational and necessary outlets for their well-being.
Are we seeing any anecdotal link from people's state of mind to the worst end of that, like increase in DV or increase in violence? Is that coming across yet, these sorts of things?
We have some anecdotal evidence from the community consultation around that, but I wouldn't be able to speak to any overarching themes.
What would you need to be able to do that research better?
We're collecting community sentiment at all of the public forums that we're going to. We haven't, it's more what people are sharing with us. We don't go and pry and ask the questions. We rely on them coming to us to feed in, the collective trauma that they're experiencing. I mean, helplessness is
mixed with lashing out is the thing. And you get seasons like in football season, finals are a big time for an increase in DV, and we're coming on that across here. And one of your teams is playing another one of your teams in this code that you play down here tonight, apparently. But
No, we're not playing. No, we are playing someone in Melbourne.
right, okay. But
A team in Melbourne.
But I'm really concerned that step up, the hopelessness, the lack of things, because there is no, I can rebuild, we can get on, we can do this again. When there is no end, I just think we need to do as much as we can.
So, Senator, there's two ways I'd like to respond to that. The first being that people are at increased risk of emergencies by the circumstances that surround us with climate currently. And when we look at people at increased risk because of their disadvantage or the challenges they have, it really does echo that requirement that people that are vulnerable require even more wraparound support in situations like this. So we currently are in the second iteration of a state framework for people at increased risk in emergencies, and by that the cohorts that I'm talking about are across people living with a disability, homeless, people with poor health, people experiencing poverty, and as you pointed out, some with more vulnerability to domestic violence, Aboriginal people and communities, people from older generations, LGBTQIA+, it's the young kids, it's the older people, and even to the point where people are more vulnerable in emergencies that are tourists and visitors that may be unfamiliar with local circumstances. So there's a whole range of factors that we are working currently in partnership with SACOS for a state emergency framework that speaks to those people, the second iteration of that. And we see that there is some crossover in the kind of response that we need to focus in on for those more vulnerable people across those cohorts and others that we identify as well.
Hold on, thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Just following on from that, I'm wondering what's going on for kids, and are you doing any work in schools, or are you hearing of any initiatives that are especially amongst young people?
We more broadly do work with young people for preparedness in schools, year 3 to 4, around a pillowcase program where we write on the pillowcase things that will provide support for young people should they face an emergency situation. This is different from that. In terms of the kind of sentiment that we're hearing around young people, it's really coming from the parents and the families and the dislocation from the usual access to the beach. But certainly we see that the eco-anxiety of young people is manifesting and really compounded. And also, as with some of those other cohorts that I was talking about with increased risk, being able to understand what's going on, so clear, plain language, and seeing and being presented the information in context rather than perhaps some of the more unhelpful messages that are coming through from social media and other places that provide inaccurate information and very emotive imagery of dead fish.
Yeah, you've been very clear about that. I think your words were trusted, timely, proactive communication. That's been a strong theme of evidence to us. We haven't heard from many teachers or schools, but I'd be curious about what's going on in local schools. So thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. Anything burning down that end?
Just one quick question. Something, and you guys may or may not be able to provide some perspective on this. What I'm interested to know, and I want to separate, business and community here, even though I know the two are intertwined. What I'm wanting to know is for areas where, the algal bloom has started to move on, are we seeing sort of residual mental health impacts within the community? Is it something we need to look at investing, making sure there's support in place for the algal bloom even after it leaves certain areas? As in, have you seen anything around that?
No, I mean, I guess that's what we say when we're talking about the integration of the response, like any response planning, that trauma isn't over within a week when an event leaves. It's ongoing, and that's what our psychological first aid obviously is all about. We stay in communities well and truly after a disaster or a key event has actually ended. So I think, yes, even if it is moving along, we would expect that there'd still be that lingering trauma for those community members, whether it's business, those that live at the beach and use it daily. Yeah.
And Senator, it's the anxiety around this kind of event and the compounding events that have been happening in community that does have that long-lasting legacy. So we see that, and a good example is the bushfires on Kangaroo Island. We only just left that community 6 to 8 months ago to really recognise that it takes a long time for people to recover, and people require support all through the life cycle of when they are anticipating, experiencing, preparing for, responding to and recovering from situations like this.
Thank you. Thank you both for your evidence, and I think we've got a lot to think about in terms of making sure this particular issue isn't left as an add-on, is actually integrated. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
We're just going to take a very quick break, so we're going to suspend, give our Hansard and Secretariat staff an opportunity to stretch their legs. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Mr. Anthony Rowland, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're here today, so you know who you are, what you do, and then we'll give you an opportunity to say, give a short statement, and then we'll go to some questions.
No worries. Anthony Rowland's my name. I'm just a long-term local community member, surfer. Yeah, it's basically where I'm at.
Wonderful. And would you like to start by, have you got a written statement you'd like to read out? Or?
Yes, I do, if that's all right.
Wonderful.
Hi, my name's Anthony Rowland. I'm a local bricklayer, surfer, father, basketball coach, and recently I've inherited the title as citizen scientist, Anthony Albanese, and the Algal ambassador. I've lived in Victor Harbour for 40 years. I fell in love with the ocean at a very young age, and it's been a part of my life since then. The bond I have with the ocean was unpursued. It simply intrigued me with all of the under-the-surface life that us on land don't know much about. But the real connection was the feeling of being out in the ocean, just myself and nature, a place where I could leave my day-to-day life on the beach. I started bodyboarding at a young age. I could walk from my house down to the local beach where I would spend most of my afternoon with my friends bodyboarding. As I got older, that turned into surfing, and as daily life got more stressful, I found my passion for the ocean was not just a hobby, but it was a mental release. It's therapeutic, it's my happy place, and it helps me cope with my day-to-day life. But recently, that coping mechanism has been negatively affected, so I tried to do everything I could to raise awareness when I found something to be really not right on March 15th at Waipinga Beach. I'm the surfer that raised the alarm. I know these waters very well. I have had many ear infections, eye irritations, etc. from things in the water in South Australia and parts of Australia, generally due to storm water and river runoff. But the symptoms I've experienced in the past were absolutely nothing like what I felt on March 15th, hence knowing that there was something wrong that I've never experienced before, and it highlighted the severity of the situation. The morning I first got sick was a beautiful, clear, hot day. No foam, no discoloration of the water, and absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. By the end of the surf, I knew something was terribly wrong. After feeling the bloom's effects that morning, I went back into Victor Harbour where I had phone reception and tried to alert as many surfers as I could, as well as tried to report this to government authorities. But being a weekend, I could not ring anybody that could help. I spoke to a lady from Fishwatch who was situated in Sejuna. She had no idea what to do, but assured me she would tell her authorities on Monday. The other phone number I called that answered was National Parks, and that young fellow was also just a lad on call that couldn't help and said he would let people know on Monday. I was very frustrated because I didn't feel that this was something that could wait until Monday. So I went back out to Waipinga that evening and collected water samples, as at that time I had no idea what we were dealing with, and if it was a small isolated spill of chemicals or something, I wanted to make sure I captured the water for testing down the track in case it blew away. The next morning I went back to collect more samples with the friend that I surfed with the morning before. We were met with discoloured foam on the beach and dead fish and sea dragons across the beach. The amount of foam and dead fish was nothing compared to what I saw the next day, Monday the 17th. From memory, the wind swung to a really strong onshore direction, which I now know produces more foam and helps deposit the animals on the beach. Monday the 17th is when I started correspondence with EPA, as well as had my first media interview with Caroline Horn from the ABC. Little did I know at the time that would be my first of many media appearances. I persisted with social media posts and stories to try and spread awareness and help people avoid surfing or swimming and getting the sickness that I've got, as it was so nasty. This is how Faith Coleman found me and kindly offered to look at water samples. She organised for samples to be taken to her mother, Perry Coleman, on Saturday the 22nd. The Colemans were confident that we were dealing with a Corynea mykomotoi bloom. Note this was long before any government testing had been observed, even though EPA had the head start. I've since spent 6 months observing and reporting on social media, documenting what I see, photographing everything relevant in hope that if any of my media is required to help the story, I have a hard disk drive full. As I have no qualifications, I just wanted to contribute however I could. I started the SA Surf and Bloom group on Facebook to help help answer the public's questions. As with people like Ian Gibbons, Janine Baker, the Colemans and many others educating me, I had enough knowledge by then to help spread some of it around the community. I think regular testing at most major coastal towns may alert us to the next bloom much earlier and may allow some form of mitigation. I could be one of those people, but buying the appropriate microscopes, etc. is quite expensive, so for now I'll make do with the old one that I had donated kindly by a member of the public. I also feel that the health advice given from day one till now is slightly incorrect, as they say, remove yourself and you'll feel better. In my experience, the effects after a few hours of exposure in the water can last 36 to 48 hours, and the symptoms are more severe than they suggest, perhaps because we are being told of symptoms of Carina micomotoi, but as we now know, there may be brevetoxins in the mix. Thanks.
Thank you. Firstly, Mr. Rowland, thank you for, swinging into action and, being such an active member of your community, because we didn't know about what was going on until you did. So I think we all owe you a thanks for that. What role have you played, if any, beyond your kind of volunteering? Has the state government approached you and involved you in any particular way, in any formal way?
No, not at all. The Monday when I got to talk to, I think his name was Matt from EPA, had a really long phone call about everything I'd seen and felt, and then I had emails that I've got here with me backwards and forwards, sending more pictures of fish and things like that. And then about a week later, I think I sort of got a bit of a written response, and then they ended the case. And since then, I haven't had any contact really with state governments here.
And you're running this like a Facebook page that is very active. You've established that. How many people are accessing that and using that in terms of sharing information?
It's pretty active. I have to choose what I share because, I want relevant information to be easily accessible, not just like I try to share like a lot of the mental health sort of side of things and stuff too, but I've actually got a page as well as a group. The group's where public can come and post. The page is where I try to just put the information. So if anyone really wants to have a look, they go to the page and can see. I'm still transferring from my personal Facebook page to there, so I just didn't do it all in one hit. The group's grown to over 5,000 members. I'm not really sure when I started it, maybe a month or so ago, because a lot of the big surf group, I think they're called Epic Surf South Oz, had to, because of all the conspiracy theorists, just banned all algae topics at one point. And that was the main hub for me telling a broader range of surfers, from beyond my local community. So that's why I thought I should start my own group. And
Yes. Can I ask you about the surfing community? Obviously, this is, being out in the ocean is, what you love. It's often used as, for, mental health and well-being, being out there as well for people. What is how would you describe the general feeling within the South Australian surfing community to what's happened?
It's very, very spread out. There's, a percentage of people that won't go near the water. They either have their own reasons for health issues, or they've experienced the symptoms and they've decided that it's not worth the risk. Most die-hard younger surfers will surf through anything because, like you said, like I said, it's our release. It's literally the one thing I can do in my week where, you leave your phone on the beach and everything else, and you're out there and you actually get to be you and think about life and things like that. And then there's all the guys in the middle that are constantly contacting me asking, is this place bad? What's Petrel Cove like? What's Waipinga like today? How's Middleton? And I feel like I'm giving advice on, the handful of people that are reporting to me, but it doesn't mean it's correct. So I'm hesitant sometimes to go, go for it, just in case. And, I always start with, if you have any respiratory issues or things like that, maybe just avoid it, But yeah, it's hard because I don't want to limit activity within the community either. I still want people coming down here because up until 4 weeks ago, from Port Elliot to Waipinga, there was no dead fish. There was no symptoms at all, really. There was some couple of random symptoms that may have just been a cold coming on or something like that. But we've been really good. But, a lot of people still think they don't go to the South Coast because the bloom's here. So, and that's the hard thing, is trying to find the balance between not promoting to do your day-to-day because you can't guarantee that they're not going to be affected, but also not deterring people from coming to the beach and doing what they love. Yeah.
It's a balance, isn't it? And it's about that information. I mean, I imagine surfers share information about the waves. It's part of the culture, right?
Yeah.
So this is another level because this is about safety, it's about health, it's about those broader impacts. Do you think that there is a role for a more coordinated information on what is where it's okay to surf, where it's not okay to surf.
Yeah.
You know, the quality of the water. Is the bloom here, you know, this week? Is it not? Is that, at the moment, it's being left to people like yourself?
Just word of mouth, really, isn't it?
Word of mouth.
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot. I mean, I haven't mentioned it because I'm afraid that someone will grab the idea and put it into action, but I think perhaps an app that every surfer, beachgoer could have. The problem is finding levels that are considered, as far as cell counts go, that are safe, you know, on standby or, you know, don't go to the beach sort of levels. We need those lines drawn in the sand to be able to do what I suggested and have people, like I could be, if I had time or the money to do it, I could do Port Elliot, Victor Harbour, Petrel Cove and Waipinga every single week. It's going to take time and effort, obviously, and then you could upload your cell counts to whatever database, and if you had an app that clearly stated Victor Harbour boxes, you know, with ticks or crosses, you know, as simple as that, saying beach activities are welcome, water activities are welcome, or, you know, they're not at the moment. So that if you're choosing to go on your weekend holiday or for a surf trip, you don't go, oh, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not going to spend my money, it's just the Victor Harbour's off the menu today, let's go to the York Peninsula, or let's go to the mid-coast. Let's still spend our money, let's still do what we love doing, but we just have to change the location we're doing it at.
Yes. Which, at the moment, people are just going, well, we don't know the information, so we'll stay away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a part of dealing with this, the tourism issue, the physical well-being of people being out on the beach and in the ocean could be dealt with, or at least helped if people had more real-time information.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a matter of just saying don't go to the coast. It's this beach looks good today, or this week this one doesn't.
Yep.
And a week later it might be different.
Yeah.
Senator Grogan.
On that, because I think the idea that people will be able to check in is great, because we do know that there are some beaches that might not be fine a month ago, but are fine now, and that's not to say they may not have a recurring issue. So that monitoring piece and actually being able to say to people, you can, you know, this beach is great to swim at right now. What do you think would be some of the parameters around that kind of information? Like how long? Like, because could you do it once a week? Would it need to be a ongoing daily thing? What sort of data do you think you would need? Now, you were talking about the cell counts.
Yeah, so if it was daily, it'd be the most accurate, obviously. But that's a full-time job.
Lot.
Yeah, that's a full-time job for me. Would be 40 hours a week to be able to do those locations, and then you'd need someone at Marion Bay, up the Northern Peninsula, you know, metro beaches. That we'd have to employ a lot of people. Weekly gives you an idea, but you're still going to get a person that may rock up 3 days after those tests when the weather's been turned and it's blown a certain way, and they rock up, well, the app said that, you know, it's safe, but it's not. And that's where we need to integrate like a reporting system, like you said, like to the app, where we can say, and then we can go, right, okay, we'll have Anthony go down there now because this is being done. We'll do a sample that wasn't scheduled, and just to check this out, and then adjust the app accordingly. So yeah, all of those finer details will be really tricky to work out, and to be completely accurate, you'd need someone doing it full time at all locations, that tourist destinations, really.
Yeah, okay. And maybe the wind.
Definitely the wind
aspect, because we've heard that a lot, that there are certain wind patterns that tend to prevail more.
When it came back to Waipinga 3 weeks ago, it was straight after we'd had those really strong northwesterlies that went westerly, that went southwesterly. So everything in the Gulf, I assume, it would have been blown down, got to Cape Jervis, and then the westerlies and southwesterlies kicked in and just pushed it across the coast. But it didn't get as far as Victor Harbour. You know, it sort of got to Waipinga and then dissolved or dissipated or whatever it did from there. I don't know, but yeah, the symptoms are certainly gone again. Yeah.
I'd just like to thank you for standing up for your community and being so proactive. It's you're an absolute credit to your community, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock?
Yes, similarly, an amazing story that you've told. One of the pieces of evidence we've heard is how variable this algae is between different beaches and different places, and how the general ethos is, you know, it doesn't pick up that variability. The kind of thing you're talking about would allow that discrimination and broader community knowledge, but it really depends on a few things, doesn't it? It depends on a testing regime that is reliable and conducted at the right frequency, and it also depends on definitions of cell counts in relation to different levels of hazard.
Yeah.
We don't have those at the moment.
Correct.
So you think we need to develop those and make those available?
Absolutely, yeah. Samantha C that spoke at Drossen with Faith Coleman, when Peter Malinauskas came down and did the commission here, that was her question, that we needed lines in the sand of what count per mil or per litre is actually hazardous, you know, and what's not. So Perry Coleman's actually started releasing counts with monitor and watch rates, so I'm not sure if something has been said to her, but she definitely didn't use those wordings previously, so I'm not sure if someone has given an indication or not, but you might be able to check in with Perry about that. But that's where we're at now, is trying to find. It's really hard because sometimes the cell counts that I get down here are low. Like when Waipinga got bad, I was only getting shore samples, so they weren't, you know, down the water column or anything, and that can also be another whole kettle of fish to go into, is the depth and things like that. But my shore samples showed very little Karinia, but the symptoms were almost as bad as March. So, and in March we had 27,000 cells per mil. So yeah, I definitely wasn't seeing them everywhere on my slides. But yeah, so we need to find whatever is actually giving us the symptoms, whether it's Karinia, whether it's the toxins, whether it's something else in the mix. We need to know what that is, and that's what we need to be monitoring for the human safety. So we really need a definitive answer whether these are Karinia micomotoi symptoms or they're brevetoxin symptoms or there's just something else in the mix. That's where we got to start, is finding out what is actually causing those symptoms, and then we have to work out the rates of whatever levels of that thing and how we count it, because if it becomes to brevetoxins, that's toxicology, that's something we can't do just with a microscope at home. So that's a whole different program. Yeah.
When we heard evidence from the Department of Health on Tuesday, they told it, and I hope I'm remembering it properly, but basically we are very reliant on the one place in the world that has had successive brevetoxin serious issues over more than 20 years in Florida. But I don't know, I've never been to Florida, but I imagine that their conditions of their waterfront may be very different from ours in terms of surf and coastal conditions. You're describing health impacts that you felt were quite significant for you. Do you see a need for more work by the health department in terms of exploring more what the health impacts are based on your experience?
Yeah, definitely. From that first phone call that I had with the guy from EPA, and you know, even following up when they started giving health advice, I was saying it doesn't get better when you go home and have a shower. Originally, that's what they say: remove yourself from the beach, have a shower, and you'll be fine. And I'm just sitting there going, no, like I haven't been to the beach for, you know, I might have got home from the beach at 5, and it might be 10 o'clock the next morning. I'm hearing this, and I was still had mucus, and I was still coughing. The cough was getting better, but you know, it's still there. It's definitely not accurate information to go home and have a shower. And it's gone. So that's why I'm just wondering if they are textbook symptoms for Karinia micomotoi and then maybe something else in the mix, or we just have a different species. Like Faith probably would have mentioned that there's so many different types of Karinia, and they all have, you know, different effects, and we don't actually know what all of them are yet. So we're in the early days of this whole global change, and it's a bit of discovery that needs to happen, but it needs to happen fast, because we can't just have the whole of South Australia scared to go to the beach. It's ruin our economy. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thanks for your
worries. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Walker?
Well, I don't have any questions. I think all of my questions have been covered, but I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you've been doing. I think it's really important. We've seen a lot of people in the community stepping up throughout this, so thank you. I grew up in Normanville and I spent a lot of time at Waipinga and Parsons. I'm sure everyone in this community can appreciate how important these beaches are to us, so thank you for the work that you do and continue to do.
No worries. It's the least I could do.
Do you think that there's a downplaying of those symptoms and health concerns?
Yeah, I do, but I understand it, because the fear factor at the start meant that probably nobody in South Australia was buying fish.
Yes.
The funding that would need to assist these businesses to survive would be huge. If there's no reason for us not to be eating the fish, which, you know, I'm no scientist, but a lot of it's logic driven. If the flesh of the fish, you know, the gills are what are getting affected, the fish are dying, that toxin isn't necessarily in the fish if they're still kicking. So that's why I think they're saying if it's still alive and kicking, the flesh is all right. We get rid of the organs, we get rid of the head, we get rid of the gills. So I sort of get that. There's logic to that. So I think that downplaying it may have been a little bit of a recovery to the initial fear that everybody had to try and help these businesses survive until, you know, touch wood, until somebody would get sick from eating fish. I think that is the way to go about it, to kind of promote it like Mr. Malinauskas has. But at the same time, we've got to be careful, don't we? It's a very thin line, and like I said, there's a lot of unknown to what's going on. So
I guess there's the difference between, I mean, if the fish is being sold in the fish shops, then it's safe, right? It's been tested, it's safe.
Yep.
But what we're hearing over the last few days is that, totally separate to the fish, that people, whatever is in the water and in the sea mist and the foam is clearly impacting people's health. Not everybody's, by the way, like not everybody seems to be affected, but some people clearly do. And if that's not being met with a government response, an acknowledgement, then that too allows the fear factor to grow, because word of mouth is very strong in these communities.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's why you need a bit more. There needs to be some more acknowledgement of that and a bit more certainty, so that people can actually have faith. Because otherwise, what we're hearing is that people just don't have confidence in what they're being told.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I was wondering whether how that reflects with, we've heard a number of times that the surfing community has been a space where some of the conspiracy theories have fermented, and is that because there is a vacuum of authority information?
Some surfers are simple people. They just like scrolling and things like that. But the majority of the
senators.
Sorry. Yeah. I think a lot of it, from my experience through the social media side, is distrusting government. People are still don't believe, because of COVID or for whatever their own personal agendas are, don't trust any information government says. In fact, they actually think if the government said this, then it can't be right.
Right.
You know, so a lot of people are just distrusting. So that's where I've found a lot of that conspiracy-driven stuff. And I, you know, some of my best friends I've had lengthy conversations with can tell them, you know, why isn't the desal plant a hot spot on the chlorophyll chart? How did it start 600 kilometres away? You know, extra salt actually slows down reproduction, and they'll still go, oh, but you know, so it's really hard. I think the distrust of the government is a key factor, even when they know that I have absolutely no agenda whatsoever, and I explain it, they still don't believe it. So maybe it is just personal opinions, I don't know, but it is really hard to convince people that have already made their mind up with science and fact to change their mind. That's all I've found in my experience over the last few months. Yeah.
But I think as you're suggesting, a more kind of official distribution of information that can help people feel confident in going to this beach or that beach, or what the water quality is here or there, would hopefully at least give others the opportunity to make some more informed decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to be able to make their own educated decisions with all the facts in place, right in one place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, you know, finding the brevetoxin alerts on the SA government site, it is hard to find the information you're looking for. It's not as simple as opening an app and having an update screen or a notification that comes up on your phone that Marion Bay is now affected or something like that. I think we just need to simplify it, and that's, everyone's got a phone in their pocket. Apps are what everyone uses all day, every day. So it's just 2 and 2 together for me. But it's a matter of not stamping it with a government stamp so we don't lose 20% of the clients straight away, if you know what I mean.
Can I just have a little follow-up?
Who would you have it come from?
What's that, sorry?
If there was an app, and as you say, you think that 20% of people might sort of just not use it because it was government, who would you have it coming from?
An independent, myself, if I had the money to have patent this. I really wanted to do it, but I looked into it, and like everyone I was about to talk to would be the kind of people that would take your idea and run with it.
Yeah.
So I've been pretty tight with the idea, and I thought this was probably the place to mention it, just for the benefit of the world, really, or the country. Yeah.
Because Surf Lifesavers have got one, haven't they? They've got an app.
Which is kind of the rips and things like
Yeah.
that.
Could be something like that, but it has to be something that
The community can upload.
Yeah. And if it was a new thing, everyone would go, oh, I'll download it. If it was something that's already there, maybe people would be like, oh, that's been around, maybe I won't. But if it's a new thing that you can advertise and go, this is the hub, and I'm sure a lot of people would download it out of curiosity, even if they weren't beachgoers, just to keep their finger on the
Just to
pulse
see
a
what's-
bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you for your time.
Too easy, guys.
Let's hope someone listening in
Send you a big check.
sends you a big check to get the app going.
And then send us the link.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I would now like to welcome to the table representatives from the Nurringerry Regional Authority. Thanks for joining us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. What I need you to do, each of you, for the Hansard record, state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing, so the role you have in the organisation, and then we'll have one of you prepared an opening statement. Great. Derek, then I'll get you to read that out once everyone's done that bit. Okay, off you go.
My name's Derek Walker. I'm a board member of the Nurringerry Regional Authority. I'm the chair of NRAC, which is Nurringerry Empowered Communities, and managing director of Kudiko, which is a company that owns 22% of the Kudi or Pipi business in the Coorong Lakes. I'm a board member of Gulwa Pipico, which processes about 70% of the pipis out of the Coorong Lakes or the Southern Ocean. And I'm a executive member of Nurringerry Aboriginal Corporation, the PBC.
Thank you.
I'm Associate Professor Steve Hemming. I work with the Nurringerry Regional Authority in research and strategic advice around a range of issues. A lot of environmental work in the past. I'm also employed at Jumbunna Indigenous Centre at the University of Technology, Sydney, but I'm presenting today to support the Nurringerry Regional Authority.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Luke Trevorrow. I'm the Vice Chair of the Nurringerry Regional Authority, Executive Officer of Kudiko, and Nurringerry traditional owner with connections to the River Murray, Lower Lakes, Coorong and the Fleurieu in the southeast of South Australia.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr Walker.
Nordianu, Nurringerry Roy. Everyone knows this is Nurringerry country, and this meeting is being held on Nurringerry country. What's been happening in and around this algal bloom and the brevetoxin issues are causing great concern for Nurringerry. This is the first time in our history that we are struggling to access country, struggling to access a protein source that we've accessed for millennia, and it is causing great concern. I might just read a little bit from Rosemary Coutinnery, who's the chair of MEPAC. And what she's saying is that families that live here on this country are not only affected by what's happening to the sea life, which is heartbreaking, also feel it costs them culturally. They cannot do the things that they've grown up doing, including gathering kuri, fishing, swimming, and like everyone else living the sea life. It's also affected the usual school camps where they like to take kids on country, learn language and culture, and they're not able to do this in the same way at this point in time. They believe that this algal bloom should be declared a natural disaster, and we do too. Certainly within the Coody industry, at this point in time, we stopped fishing on June the 17th, so we have a team of young Ngarrindjeri that harvest Coody, and they've been out of work since. And this is causing us, quite some concern around the business. But also, one of the things that was really concerning for us is that the information coming out of the state, out of the government, was really lagged in time. So we were making economic decisions around purchasing equipment for our harvesting crew, and if we had known some of the issues that were coming our way prior to that date, and we were making those decisions at the end of June, early July, because we were going into a new season, we weren't aware of what was happening. Now, it was only because I'm involved with Gulwa Pipiko. There was information, we were talking to the state, there was more information coming our way, but we'd already made those economic decisions around the development of Coody, which caused us great concern. We obviously, well, maybe it's not so obvious, we're loaning money. We now, have considerable debt. We have debt with banks and the White Trust at this point in time. And what that means is that we're in quite a difficult situation. We're going forward into a period of unknown. And we haven't received any income since June the 17th, and so we're bothered about that. But the biggest bother was the fact that there was information, we believe, information out there that wasn't as transferring into the industry and to us, and that was incredibly disappointing. And so, where do we go around that? We understand there is support available, but what we find is that jumping through the hoops to enable us to get the support has been a little bit difficult, and so we haven't received any support to date. The understanding is that will come in the not too distant future. But so what we have is we have 5 young men that harvest for us, are on the beach. We have some younger women that work packing in the factory, and they're out of work too as well, because the industry's basically shut down. But the costs don't shut down. Running the business doesn't shut down. And so, we're concerned about that. That's 10 young Ngarrindjeri that are out of work at this point in time.
Who made the decision to shut? And was that did PESA tell you needed to stop harvesting and stop selling, or who made that decision?
Ultimately, it was PESA that came in. There was a time lag between June the 17th and when the word came that we weren't going back. In the winter around big swells, we pull our guys off the beach because it's an occupational health and safety issue, and so we'd pull them off. But we then got the word that 2 weeks before, so 2 weeks after, but it's a funny way of doing the business really, but 2 weeks before, we had to, any product that was taken after June the 17th needed to be destroyed.
Sorry, do you mind if I
Yes, please.
Is that because they tested it?
Yeah, it was lagged.
Because it has to go to New Zealand. People were saying to us it's like 2 week.
Yeah, it was a lag time, a couple of weeks, and so we were still harvesting, and it went off for testing, and then we were told the harvest for 2 weeks once they got the numbers back had to be recalled. So there was product recalled back to the factory. We had we had to destroy about 40 tonne, and so the cost of destroying that product at that particular time certainly caused us great angst and cost the business. And so on top of that, we have this a difficulty of reopening the business, which is causing us great concern. And the numbers, as far as brevetoxin is concerned, they tend to bounce a little bit. We were looking at a gradual decline, but it's come back in the last report. But that time lag has been. It was actually 3 weeks before we were getting figures that we could make some sense of.
But prior to June 17, when so can I just get the timeline right? So June 17 is when the samples were sent off?
Yep.
Yep. So prior to that, had anybody from state government approached you and said, look, there's this algae stuff out there, we don't know what it means, just be, obviously we'll keep our regular testing going. Did anyone talk to you about?
No. We were unaware. Now, there was some talks from that period ongoing with Goolwa Pipico, so we were involved through that process of hearing, well, there's this algal bloom that's about the size of KI, whatever it was, and it's causing some issues, but there are some brevetoxin within that is that will close the business. And so, but it was always this time lag around testing. But then PIRSA said, that's it, shut it down. So they shut us down. There was some oyster growers on Yorks, they shut down, KI, some mussel growers. And so it tends to be the filter feeders, the bottom feeders that it was showing up quite strongly.
Yeah. Could I ask, going back to actually your opening statement and the point you were making at the very beginning, which was the cultural impacts of the bloom, putting aside this economic impact of the pippies, that traditional food sources have vanished, that that people aren't able to fish for them and use that. We heard very similar evidence in Drossen yesterday from the traditional owners on the York Peninsula. So, and their frustration was that part of the conversation hasn't even really been factored in to the reference group that the government's running, or the broader community impacts. And I don't know how. Maybe because there's a business involved here, there's a little more communication. I'm just trying to work out, have traditional owners and First Nations communities been left out of the conversation overall, or is it certain communities that just aren't getting that feedback?
Look, it seems to me it's the same old story. Indigenous mob are left out of the discussion. The only reason that we were in the discussion was because we're 30% owners of Goolwa Pipico.
Yeah.
And so that gives us a significant stake. We're a significant shareholder. And so we're engaged in that way. And it was, so that's disappointing. We believe we could have, we should have had an opportunity to speak into this from the very beginning. But that whole, cultural effect has been quite significant. And the fact that it isn't in our oral history, it isn't in any of our understanding that we were disconnected, except now. And yet we're not, fully engaged, which is probably the most disappointing part about it.
Yes. Senator Grogan, have you got any follow-up questions?
Do you think that there are ways that sort of Indigenous knowledge of, you know, being guardians of the sea and the coast for so long, that some of that knowledge and that expertise can be brought into the monitoring and ongoing management of what we're going to do into the future?
Well, absolutely, and as part of the process, Ngarrindjeri should rightfully be engaged so that we can provide what expertise that we would have. But I might just chuck to Steve and Luke.
Yeah, I think that that question is kind of goes to the kind of the information I was going to address and Luke was going to address. Right. I think this region has gone through the Millennium Drought, had the flood, we've got this issue now. During the Millennium Drought, the South Australian Government had a Murray Futures program which Ngarrindjeri were heavily involved in through a formal contract agreement with the Crown. We received over 10 years of funding and resources, worked on science, research, policy development, developed a regional task force called Ngarrindjeri Yannon Agreement Task Force. We ran jointly with researchers projects at Gorda Research for Water Research Institute. Did a whole lot of work, and one of the key things we got to was actually developing up a mechanism for actually understanding how to assess the risks of any particular change in conditions in environment or social conditions to Ngarrindjeri well-being. And we actually did that research in various stages, but we ran a water planning risk assessment research project that developed up a framework called the Ngarrindjeri Yanarami framework, which was enabled us to find a way to translate Ngarrindjeri ways of making decisions about what's best into a form that could communicate with standard Western risk assessment. And that was actually a very significant outcome. We won the Australian River Prize for the work we did over that decade or so with the Department for Environment Water. It was a Ngarrindjeri-led program, and businesses like Kuri were supported to emerge out of that space, a lot of training. So it was a whole of community response to a major environmental trauma. So how do you actually tackle an environmental trauma, come out of it the other end with increased well-being rather than worse? So a lot of thinking was done on that by a lot of people. So I guess what we were going to say to the Senate was there's an awful lot of very good information that's on public record, published, refereed journals. ARC research went into this, but it isn't actually being drawn upon at this stage as a way of thinking about how to engage. And I think we also think it's a model that can be used for the general community because it actually understands the relationship between sick people, unhealthy people, mentally unwell people, people in jail, and changes to environmental conditions. I think during the Millennium Drought, the general non-Indigenous community were understanding the basic principles that Ngarrindjeri always had put forward, which was words from people like Uncle Tom Trevorrow, who's passed, that the lands and waters is a living body, and that if that lands and waters is sick, then people are going to be sick. And we have to understand what the implications of that are. So, I mean, everything that people are saying to this inquiry goes to the heart of that issue for people. Their lives are being disturbed in significant ways. So I think that's response to that question.
Can I just say that if you did have any key documents you think we should look at, or even if you just want to write us a little summary, we'd be happy to accept it.
We've got a summary. We do have a lot of stuff online, and the guys are going to present after us. Luke Mosley worked a lot with them and published material in the regional natural resource management kind of the Royal Society's regional sort of plan has a lot of stuff in there, but we can supply some things. So.
We have developed our own sea country plan. So Ngarrindjeri Yalarui plan, we developed it back in 2006 for this reason, that Ngarrindjeri they were being excluded around the ongoing management of the river, the lakes, the Coorong and the Southern Ocean. Our vision statement, our goals are strong. They're embedded in the framework of our organisations that we operate through now. We've developed what we call Kungan Ngarrindjeri Yannon agreements, which means listen to Ngarrindjeri people when we're speaking. When we speak, we call it Yanarami, which means speak on behalf of country. So we actually are lawfully speaking on behalf of country based on our creation stories that are connected to the river, the lakes, the Coorong and the Southern Ocean. There's nowhere where you can't walk out here that is not connected to our creation story. That's connected to the birds and the fish, our Ngātis, our closest friends. So we've embedded these frameworks into the management of country. Unfortunately, with the last disaster that we responded to, the drought, we embedded all these frameworks. It was resourced, it was Commonwealth resources, and then we wanted to continue that engagement with the states and the state agencies, and they said, oh no, sorry, we can't do that. The Commonwealth resources are dried up. And we lose all of this capacity, the capacity within our people and our organisations that have to go and find work elsewhere, the relationships that we have with local government and research institutions, they fall away. And we've embedded all this work where we've taken our cultural knowledge, embedded into science, and come up with management plans for the region. So we want to continue to do this. We don't want to keep responding to disasters like this, where we're at the table and we're hurt.
And one of the recommendations in that 2006 Sea Country Plan, which was launched by Jay Weatherall as a formal plan recognised within the planning ecosystem of the state, we made recommendations around Sea Country Plan, including sea rangers. Ngarrindjeri have been looking for a sea ranger program for decades. That would have been a major contributor to being able to monitor health of country. So that's something that we're kind of keen to see emerge. And
we currently have one of our employees on the Nigerian travelling from Port Adelaide to Port Hastings to get trained on the sea vessel in relation to all the research and science activities that are undertaken on behalf of the South Australian and Victorian and Tasmanian governments. We're working with the Victorian traditional owners and the Saltwater Council in relation to their model that's funded, it's resourced, it's coordinated, trying to gain some support here in South Australia and responding to this. It's the Ghana people from the Adelaide Plains, the Narungga people from the Yorke Peninsula, they're reaching out to us because we have a fishing business, saying, are you guys really engaged? Are you being engaged meaningfully? And unfortunately, our answer is no.
The extra bit to it too is that there is a significant amount of research going on and work. Our guys are walking on this beach out front here this morning and will do for the next 3 months, collecting dead fish, rubbish, etc., from the Murray mouth to the other side of the bluff. And so there are opportunities to undertake that sort of work. It's come up to as well, but we're not necessarily seen in the light of being, in line, and we had to push quite hard with PIRSA and Parks are running this program, SES are involved, and we are too. But it was because we were at the table with Gulwa Pippi that we were able to say, look, we've got some resources and capacity. How about including us in that opportunity? And we'd like to think that we would be in the forefront of some of that work too going forward.
And in that Sea Country Plan, there was only a couple launched at the time. Ngarrindjeri, one of the first in the country. Ngarrindjeri made a formal statement on climate change, supporting the Kyoto Protocol early on. Within the Sea Country Plan, Ngarrindjeri made public, as they've done in other contexts, the creation story laws that related to Ngurundjeri, creation ancestor, who laid down the ways to live after the last ice age. So this area here was all Ngarrindjeri land. It was flooded. Backstairs Passage was created. Ngurundjeri created the lands, and the form of this land put fish into the space, and those laws are the ones that people follow to live in a healthy way on this kind of landscape. Adelaide have similar creation stories related to that area. So you've got knowledge that goes back 10,000 years plus that's been passed down. So, and that's been shared by Ngarrindjeri for a long time in various contexts. So, and it tells you that this is a shallow water. You better look after it. So it's framing up the response with a respectful approach to working with Indigenous people of the country is really crucial, I think, and particularly in this area where people have been right at the forefront for so long.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thanks for your evidence. And I'm listening to you and reflecting on the evidence we heard on Tuesday from Mr. Carl Tefler and Mr. Kulamatri, and they pointed to the fact that they wanted to make their submissions not around the economics of the impact on their community, but on the cultural impact. And it's ironic, isn't it, that you are called into, you're given a place at the table only around the economic and excluded in relation to a broader consultation. So I find that very sad and ironic, but it shows the importance of drawing on the cultural experience as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is incredibly disappointed that that it's not looked at, but it's certainly impacting. As I read out from the MEPAC group, they're the cultural language givers of the people in this region, and they're feeling quite left out of that too as well. But exactly, but we have a place economically, and it would seem to me that sometimes economics hold the key, and that is unfortunate, to be honest.
It's important, but it's not the whole thing.
But it was actually a specific strategy of the leadership, Ngarrindjeri leadership, where how do you get a say on your country? Well, you've got to be in the economic space as well.
You do.
That was the first regional partnership agreement back in 2008. Was an economic development, caring as country regional partnership agreement with Ngarrindjeri, the Commonwealth government and the state government. So it was kind of recognised as crucial to get a say in the space. But I would say one more thing in relation to that environmental work. That work laid the ground for the relationship Ngarrindjeri developed with the Labor government, who was in again, and that kind of work led to the treaty negotiations. And Ngarrindjeri were the first nation in Australia to sit at the table to formally negotiate a treaty. And a lot of that was based on the trust that had been developed between Ngarrindjeri leadership and government around delivering on complex programs. So it was going to be the way of working together was set down through all of that work that had gone on for that sort of several decades. So it wasn't like a shock or a problem. You could just say, look, it can work. Just work differently together.
Mr. Walker, you said, if I've heard it properly, this is the first time for millennia that you've not been able to access this food source. And I'm thinking about your perspective, Mr. Hemming. You have a broader perspective in your position, as I understand it, at UTS perhaps. Is this the first time in a marine environment, to your knowledge, where the loss of a seafood after millennia has occurred?
As far as I understand it.
For Ngarrindjeri it is. Yeah.
For Ngarrindjeri it is.
I think internationally you'd find a few examples like that where similar environmental consequences have occurred. But,
That puts it in a stark contrast, doesn't it? Food security is important for everyone, and here this is the canary in the coal mine of food security. Then.
Yeah.
And I just wondered what the implications are, last question, for the transfer of knowledge and the involvement of young Ngarrindjeri in learning their history and being involved in the education projects. Are there implications there from this event?
Oh, absolutely, because this is an event that everyone's trying to deal with. And so, being disconnected from a food source that we've been about for a long time causes a significant issue. But we know ecologically there's been huge changes. The last 30 years of deterioration ecologically has been greater than any other time in history. And so given our cultural character is connected to ecological character, what we see is a decline in cultural health. And so, we're concerned about that. We really are, and we want to be able to engage with our young people around those cultural practices. It's very difficult when you can't get in the water. And, we've got a team that go in the water every day, and they're not there now.
I'll just mention also, Ngarrindjeri were involved in were research partners on CSIRO Water for a Healthy Country project back in the early 2000s. I think we published the report about 2006, which was specifically looking at the relationship between loss of access to species, impact on economy, but also on cultural impact. So we're trying to do a sort of a research report like that was published, and we can make reference to that. But it spins all the way back to the potential for increased incarceration. You lose your job, you don't learn about position in the family, spend time with your elders. That has a kick-on impact, and as Indigenous peoples around the world know, that just is a spin-off effect for other problems, family problems, domestic violence, drug and alcohol problems, and incarceration problems, and we do work around that sort of connection as well in other projects.
Thank you for being here today, and I do hope that, we will be considering all of these things in our recommendations in our report, but I hope between now and then that there is some people listening at state government level to work out how better and more proactively to involve you.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome our final panel for today, and that is academics and representatives from the Society of Ecological Restoration Australasia, the University of Adelaide and the University of South Australia. Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I please get all of you to state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Start with you, Ms Thomas.
Hi, Chair and Senators. Thank you. I appear today as the Chair of the Society for Ecological Restoration Australasia Board, and as a marine biologist who's managed large-scale oyster reef and coastal wetland restoration in South Australia for over a decade.
Thank you.
Luke Mosley, I'm an Associate Professor at University of Adelaide. I guess I'm here to, represent my own personal opinion and academic freedom as a scientist in the university. Yep.
Good. Need more of that.
I'm Freya Higgins-Debiol. I'm an adjunct senior lecturer with the business unit at the University of South Australia. My expertise is tourism management, but particularly focused on the rights and justice for host communities.
Okay, wonderful. Now, do each of you have an opening statement prepared, or yes? Okay, we'll start with you, Ms Thomas.
Thank you so much. Throughout this week, others have described the scale and causes of this harmful algal bloom and the devastating impacts it's having on our environment, communities, First Nations people and economy. We acknowledge and agree wholeheartedly. I want to focus today on solutions and on hope. A century ago, South Australia's once vast flat oysters were destroyed by dredging and overharvest. A single oyster filters about a bathtub of water every 2 days. So removing these natural water purifiers was like removing the kidneys of the ocean, and now the system cannot clean itself. Without them, we've lost a valuable natural filter and a food source for fish. But this problem is not too big for us to solve. Our proposition is simple. Restoration science has shown us that we can rebuild these reefs, and with them, the ocean's ability to heal. I'm just showing an image of the Glenelg shellfish reef after only 4 years. You can see the before picture and what it looks like afterwards. The limestone rocks on the bottom, and on the top you've got a really healthy, lush reef with lots of oysters on there, millions of oysters. You've got other sponges, ascidians and things like that.
Could
How big is it? Sorry.
Yes. Could I ask that we have those images tabled, please? I think that would be very helpful. And I think Senator Grogan wants to know how big of a space that is.
Yes.
The footprint is about 2 hectares.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Ms Thomas, go ahead.
So this is a proven, scalable, cost-effective and no regrets solution. And why this solution works, one, it hits the problem at its source. Flat oysters are surviving the bloom. They eat the harmful algae, including Corenia. They clean the water. They stabilise the sediment. They help the marine ecosystems to bounce back. 2, it's proven, fast and it's lasting. Publicly available reports and research papers show that these restored reefs in South Australia show no negative impacts. That's Glenelg, Ardrossan, O'Sullivan Beach, Kangaroo Island. These reefs in Australia and abroad improve water quality, they're boosting fish, they protect coasts, they're creating jobs, and importantly, they're helping other habitats to return. At Glenelg, there's large patches of seagrass that's now returning in areas that they haven't for over a few decades. Number 3, it's ready to go now. Immediate deployment means immediate economic relief for affected communities, including marine jobs for those most affected, the oyster growers and the fishers that are doing it tough right now. 4, it's backed by everyone, supported across all levels of government, by the fishers, the oyster growers, traditional owners and communities. These projects are uniting us, they're not dividing us. 4, we know how to do it. SA leads globally in shellfish reef restoration. The permits are sorted, the costs are clear, and market mechanisms can complement the public funding where the relevant methods apply. What we're asking for, backed by science, is to treat marine habitat restoration as essential infrastructure, a frontline response to harmful algal blooms and a long-term investment in resilience, and launch a South Australian-led state-federal partnership to scale shellfish reef restoration, fund it with $500 million plus, which is a modest investment compared to other infrastructure, and I'm happy to give some comparisons, with massive environmental, economic and social returns. Excuse the pun, it is an absolute drop in the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got so many questions for you, but Dr Molesley.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to talk to the Senate inquiry today. I've worked in the River Murray Lower Lakes in Coorong and also the coastal water off the River Murray mouth for around 2 decades now. My submission focused on the effects of the River Murray on coastal water quality, and specifically we started some work just after the Millennium Drought, where we became concerned that how the lack of outflows from the River Murray mouth, essentially no water went out through the barrages and out the River Murray mouth for around 3 years during the Millennium Drought. We became interested scientifically on how that affected coastal ocean productivity. So essentially the algae in the coastal ocean, and we had a student at the university who worked on that, and we published that research. And essentially what we showed was that the River Murray is really crucial to keeping the coastal ocean healthy. During the Millennium Drought, essentially the coastal ocean productivity collapsed out here, and that essentially there weren't algae in the water, and that's the base of the food chain. So if you lose the base of the food chain, that has flow-on effects. And we showed that with a subsequent study with a penguin ecologist at Flinders University. We're studying just on Granite Island. You can see out the window there the penguin colony, which was declining in numbers and is still quite threatened. And we basically showed that collapse in coastal ocean productivity during that time meant that there was less bait fish for the penguins, and they had much more difficulty finding food sources. So first of all, I want to just acknowledge that the River Murray is an incredibly important source of healthy nutrients to the coastal ecosystem. We also did some subsequent work in the 2022-23 floods with CSIRO, where we took boats off here and studied the River Murray plume right throughout this region. Went about 50 kilometres out to sea, which was sort of the plume extent. There was a massive load of nutrients that went out the River Murray during that flood, and that is perhaps exacerbated by climate change and land management practices in the Murray-Darling Basin. However, in terms of it being a driver for this algal bloom, I think the evidence is lacking. Although there is possible some linkages, but certainly the evidence that I've seen to date suggests, because there was a big time lag between the flood and the onset of the River Murray bloom. And we know these algal responses are quite quick in relation to nutrient inputs. That time lag and the high energy mixing out in this coastal ocean here meant that it was unlikely that the nutrients were available at the time, certainly relating to the River Murray flood. So we are currently, I guess, still analysing that data. I'll probably stop there and happy to answer questions in due course.
Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge the Nurrungeri and Ramangeri traditional owners of this country and all Aboriginal custodians that are impacted by the harmful algal bloom. Just to be transparent, my PhD worked with Camp Coorong, with the Nurrungeri, with the elders that were talked about before, Tom Trevorrow and George Trevorrow, and in fact in this area, to understand the country, the love of country, the importance of culture. And Camp Coorong shaped my view of tourism, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit differently than other people do. Setting down some facts, the harmful algal bloom, from my understanding, was warned about in 2023. We understand that at least one of the causes of it is climate change, and in my view, we need an integrated climate disaster planning and management. There have been descriptions that I've heard today about emerging disaster. The term I hear in academic work is a slow emergency, and we need to get in front of this idea of compounding and cascading crises. And particularly, I think this bloom shows that the political, the economic, the ecology, and the society are all interwrapped, but our basis of good living and successful economies are based upon the natural environment. The Biodiversity Council said 50% of the Australian economy is dependent upon nature. They've also said that the funds to deal with this crisis are enormous. Taking that in mind, the Tourism Industry Council of South Australia did a survey in early June and got 97 operators to respond to it. And the outcome of that survey was those businesses have been greatly impacted by tourism. And the idea that we need to get confidence in visiting coastal communities and rebuild the brand, which has taken some damage. We need long-term planning for tourism that builds resilience and contributes to the solutions. We need community solidarity to support impacted communities. So that would be my main theme today, is how do we promote solidarity of visitation, particularly in the domestic market, the day tripper market, and the interstate markets, I think need greater appreciation. The tourism authorities tend to market towards international and focus upon that. And I think we need marketing campaigns that educate our domestic markets about visitation to communities. So one thing I haven't heard today is this idea you can visit communities like Victor Harbour, but enjoy things that aren't necessarily on the coast. We need particularly a focus on some niche markets, and citizen science has been a theme throughout your inquiry, and that can connect to tourism. In fact, some of the fisher people and the surfers were probably on day tripping holidays as they did some of the work that they do, and that could be supported through our tourism funds. Things like school trips, though, and sporting events for schools can also be used for community recoveries. I would add that Indigenous tourism needs a particular focus, and in South Australia, some of our operators are the best. And so that needs to be focused about how they're being impacted and special consideration of their supports. We need citizen engagement in the decision-making, though, because as we work to foster tourism to communities, I'm hearing local people say that they're in psychological distress. And that will impact the tourist, but it also leads to some resentment about the funds that have been allocated, the 28 million being used to promote tourism and tourism businesses, and the communities feeling some tension around that. So I think we need to be thoughtful about that. And so something like the inquiries, citizens' assemblies, citizen fora, so that local communities have a voice into how tourism is promoted would be really important. I'll finish with a final statement that Adelaide wants to host COP31, and I think that this bloom's going to be sticking around if we get the luck to host it, and we really need to concentrate our minds on climate change as an issue and to have government leadership at all levels that addresses climate change as the crisis it is, because it is compounding with economic stresses, social stresses, the political tensions. All of these things are wrapped up, and we know that we're not going to come out of it just from this algal bloom. This is going to be a future that we face if we don't address the underlying root problems. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. I'll go to some questions. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Dr. Mosley, I'm deeply interested in people's interpretation of how the Murray-Darling Basin and the whole system interacts with the ocean, and I think we've heard varying views about whether the floods that we saw previously have any impact, and if so, what sort of impact on this algal bloom situation that we find ourselves in. Can you just expand a little on that in terms of your perspective?
Yeah, I think, well, firstly, in terms of the River Murray and the Murray-Darling Basin and nutrient loads, I think those have definitely altered over time, both in the amount due to, I guess, land use change, increased agricultural intensification, other practices in the basin. Those are well known internationally to enhance sort of nutrient loads to river systems and out to the ocean. What's changed, I think, on the River Murray also is I guess the delivery patterns of nutrients have altered. I've just had a PhD student who finished last year looking at delivery of nutrients in relation to drought and climate patterns on the River Murray. And what we're seeing now, probably due to the effects of both river regulation, water extraction and climate change, is there's long periods of time when nutrients are just stored in the landscape. They aren't moving. They aren't moving down the river system, or they're stored in particular parts of the river system. But what we see during these big floods is essentially it overwhelms the capacity of us as humans and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and other management agencies to manage those nutrients, and then everything's sort of just flowing down and out to sea at a rapid rate. So a lot of those nutrients which had built up in the landscape suddenly come in massive pulses. So the alteration I talk about is probably over the longer term you get the same amount coming out, but it might come out in a massive pulse at a particular flood. Whereas before, with more regular flood patterns on the River Murray, you've got more lower amounts coming out more regularly, if that makes sense. And the work, that I guess we've shown is this strong connectivity, and we know that with species from the coastal ocean coming up, species like lamprey and other fish species that come and migrate through the mouth up the river system. So there's ecological connectivity, and there's a crucial role of the River Murray outflows in providing the necessary signals for that, and also the productivity in the coastal ocean. So the work on the penguins was kind of hit home to me that there's actually a lot of benefits of having nutrients coming out, but there's also obviously associated risks with algal blooms and with the big carp deaths that occurred, and there was carp all over these beaches here. But the patterns have maybe changed. There's less going out at long periods of time, particularly during drought. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Walker.
Sorry, just a question for Ms. Thomas. I'm wondering, in regards to reef restoration, if you can, as in I think we're all learning a lot and trying to get our head around what this all means. I'm wondering if you can explain to me a little bit about what that looks like in practice, and if you can also recite if there's been any other examples of where reef restoration has, worked really well in other areas.
So, look, the restoration of shellfish reefs is really backed by rigorous science and design standards, and I can table this. This is a document that was developed with the Nature Conservancy and my organisation, the Society for Ecological Restoration. So we know how to do it. There's a lot of work that's been done over the last decade to identify where these historic oyster reefs occurred. and where the best places or the sites are for these reefs to go. So a lot of the work in terms of the community engagement has already been done. And of course, whenever we're putting anything in the water, that isn't one of the most crucial elements is talking to the councils, the fishermen, the oyster farmers, etc. And so, you know, there's a lot of that background that's already been done. And so I would say in the infrastructure world, there's some shovel-ready projects that are pretty much ready to go. You know, in reality, we could probably do a large Gulf-wide restoration project starting within a year. And so really just getting it out the door. We've got the permitting pathways already in place, and we've got the support, I think, from the community to do that. So one of the things that we're doing at the moment is doing a monitoring evaluation on the existing reefs and just keeping an eye out to see how they're going throughout this bloom as well. So that's a really key part. But you know, we think that within 3 to 5 years we could roll out around 1,000 hectares. Comparatively, in the South Australia, we've probably got about 30 hectares.
And what would be
but we
needed?
need funding.
What would be needed? Like what's
Yeah.
What's the theory behind how much you would need?
Yeah. So one of the targets that we're trying to do is to really reinstate the ecological integrity of these reefs. It's really important. We really welcome the $1 million that's already been put on the table by the state government for restoration, and I think that is should coincide with a large-scale rollout of restoration.
$1 million for restoration.
So far is on the. Yes, just.
I mean, it is. That is just laughable. Yes. That is laughable. We need a lot more than that.
Agree. It needs to come. It needs to be federally supported.
Yeah.
And you know, the aim that we'd like to do is we used to have over 800 kilometres squared of the native flat oyster reef. A lot more shellfish reefs. And so what we're wanting to do is to at least roll out a percentage of that. So the target is 30%. So we really should be rolling this out continuously year after year until we are able to realise those ecological benefits. In bays and estuaries is a really good place to start at the top of the gulfs and in the areas that are most affected by the bloom so far. Protecting, really important fisheries, the aquaculture industry, etc., the cuttlefish. There's other areas that have done it previously. The best example that I use and I put in my submission is the Shinnecock Bay one in New York State. It's a 40-kilometre square estuary, probably equivalent to the size of the Port Adelaide estuary. And they had a series of a brown algal bloom over numerous years, and it shut down their shellfish industry. And so this is like a 10-year study that has been documented where they reinstated clams and shellfish reefs, oyster reefs. And what happened was they documented the water quality improved to the point that natural seagrasses returned, and they haven't had an algal bloom for the past 6 years, and that is a very different reality to the other bays and estuaries that didn't implement those strategies.
Why haven't they tried it in Florida? Just curious. 25 years of an algal bloom.
And no solutions for them.
Yeah, I'm just not very far between New York and Florida.
A Republican government.
I can take that on.
Yeah, I'd just be
To
curious.
ask some colleagues.
Why in particular there?
Sorry,
No.
Put in a few, Bob.
Pardon? Senator Pocock, have you got another question?
Yeah, I'm really interested in this, and I know you're a very effective communicator because I've already had other MPs tell me all we need to do is do a massive oyster reef and it'll all be good. And I'm really, you're saying the science is there, and it's not my field. I have no idea whether, but it's really good that we have science to look at. But for someone who really sees the benefit of it, everything starts to look maybe like the hammer that you hold. If we do that, what are we not doing elsewhere? And do we know that it'll be the most effective measure to take now? These are the things I'm thinking about. And if we spent $500 million, can we be confident that it is bloom-proof? What are we seeing now? Are we evaluating how that few hectares that we have now? And did the $1 million that's been put in pay for what we have off Glenelg, or how has that been funded?
Yeah.
Sorry, lots of questions.
Yeah, I'll go back to some of those. We're learning a lot about the nature of the bloom currently. One of the things that we are paying close attention to is which habitats are surviving the bloom currently, and oysters do seem to be resilient. So I think all habitat restoration is important, coastal wetland restoration, the seaweeds, the seagrasses, all at the right time. Considering that the oysters seem to be resilient and surviving this bloom, the reports on the Glenelg Reef is that the density there is so high of oysters that the sponges and some of the benthic organisms are still surviving. So it's indicating that they are providing a buffer, a water quality buffer. And there's multiple lines of evidence now that these oysters do provide a really important water filtration service. I know the University of Adelaide researchers have done some of that work, as well as the Nature Conservancy, so there's a lot of science behind that. They remove nitrogen, phosphorus. I was at one of the oyster farms when we opened up one of the oysters, and there was Corenia in the gut, in the fluid, so they are filtering that water. So that's why I'm saying start with this. It's an easy thing. We know how to do it. We can roll it out very quickly. There's a whole team of people behind that in government, organisations that have been undertaking this work already. So we've got the pathways. Is the $1 million going to the Glenelg?
I just wonder how that existing hectares have been funded.
And
whether that $1 million was part of that or whatever. Sure.
So there's been a combination of funding. Funding shell fisheries through infrastructure budget is not new. We did that. We were able to get infrastructure funding for Windara Reef. The Glenelg Reef was partly a state government funded project, and the second phase was through federal funding program that was a COVID economic stimulus and bushfire recovery response.
And is it a solution that would only be appropriate in a shallow Gulf environment, not where we're looking at here, or?
No, it is. The oyster can grow from anywhere from 3 to 30 metres in water depth.
Well, thank you for putting that before us. It's very interesting, and I'm sure it will get plenty of discussion. I just wanted to go to your contesting around the Murray outflows, and we've had plenty of evidence that argues with you about that. I guess what I'm really interested in is, and I'm struck by how little we know about the actual sources. We talk about the three things that we've heard so much about. Why don't we know, and why is this still contested, such fundamental causes? Because if we're going to find solutions, whether they be oyster beds or whatever, we really need to understand more about what causes these things, don't we?
Yeah, well, if I give the example of our monitoring we did out here in the flood, we were... it's a fairly expensive exercise because you're talking serious marine vessels to go out in this ocean in winter, and yeah, all the sampling and analysis. But we essentially had enough funding for 6 months of work, which involved two major plume monitoring. We were monitoring water quality, fish. There was a what's called a glider, underwater glider, going around out here mapping the extent of the plume. But that funding just sort of ended. It was provided by the Goyder Institute, state government, and that's pretty symptomatic of lots of projects I've been involved in. There's often money to do stuff for that reason. At that time, it was the flood. Understand the flood, but if we'd had the opportunity to follow that longer, or there'd been a long-term marine monitoring program in place, there's not a well-funded long-term monitoring program in the Coorong either, or any of the coastal water out here, to my knowledge. only at the desal plant outlets where SA Water monitor the water quality essentially regularly. So the lack of a long-term marine observation type program means that you're always reactive. So everything is reactive. Like there's a flood now, there's an algal bloom. Everything's reactive. So we don't develop that. Where that long-term monitoring is important. Yeah, you might have your boring periods when nothing's happening, but you can still understand what everything was like then. And then if something changes, like the temperature, a heat wave, or a nutrient input, then you can really start to understand what the drivers are. And I think the lack of a long-term program integrating probably specific studies like we did on the plume and into the food chain, like with the penguins, like that was quite a limited study that we could have done much more with trackers on the penguins. And a lot of that money, that earlier work I mentioned, was done with basically my research funds that I just thought this was a good idea and I'll spend my own money or my own research money. So there's underfunding in general, but yeah, and then that sort of lack of a long-term program I think is really harming our ability to. And as climate change we're seeing more of these marine heatwave events here and internationally, so I think it's really critically needed now.
It's interesting, isn't it, how many stories we've heard about scientists and citizen scientists motivated by love of the coast, which is actually underpinning the science we are now relying on.
Exactly.
And you're arguing we need a more systemic, comprehensive, long-term set of data. So we're not surprised and not simply reactive.
And the community can still, feed into that, like Anthony was saying. But yeah, it would, the community and government can work together there. But an underlying scientific program really helps. Yeah.
That takes money.
Yeah.
Senator Grogan.
I'm good.
Yep. Okay.
Deeply fascinated in what you've both got to say,
yes.
but yeah.
Ms. Thomas, you said, 500 million, because I'm very keen to know if you've got any more details you can give us on notice as to kind of how you've come up with that figure. It's 70 sites, I understand. I think this is the second or third time we've heard today that we're talking about terms of environmental restoration in response to this bloom. We're talking, several $100 million, which I think is far more where we need to be, as opposed to the million that's currently on the table. But you said that you had some examples of where other, you compared the 500 million to other infrastructure spends for recovery. So could you just give us a sense of that, please?
Okay. Yes, so the scale of the hundreds of millions is definitely within the range of infrastructure expenditure. So to put it in perspective, a 1,000-hectare reef restoration program would cost around 500 million. That's roughly the cost of a kilometre of a major urban freeway tunnel. So the Sydney's West Connects toll road averaged about $515 million per kilometre. Or about the same order as the recent Adelaide Oval upgrade, which was 535 million. If you look at the upgrade just of the South Road, which we all are aware of, between Tonsley and the River Torrens, that's $15.5 billion. That is $1.4 million per metre. We could probably, for the same amount, build 500 metres of that road. So we're not asking for a lot of money, and it's infrastructure, it's putting jobs back into the community. And for the people who most need it, I've been heartbroken hearing about the fishermen and the oyster farmers who are not able to work at the moment. They want to be out in the water, they want to do jobs. They can do jobs as part of this project. They can.
Is that so? I'm interested in, because we've heard so much about
they're desperate to get back out
on the water,
and they want to be part of the solution.
Yeah, I don't know what it takes to
train them
to build a reef and get it going or whatever is needed. But are those kind of jobs? Are those transferable skills that can be easily developed for people who have a deep and abiding understanding of the sea?
Sure. So the oyster farmers, they've already previously been involved in producing oysters for our projects. The the maritime construction company that I've been talking to said that they would directly employ fishermen to do the jobs if they were out of work, heaven forbid, you know, it gets to that point.
Because there are people
that
who are
they need work,
experienced
and then they can go out and do some of that on the barge, deploying the rock. But also there's monitoring as well, you know, understanding how these reefs are recovering, using their vessels and things like that. There is so much maritime marine work associated with this. To me, you know, if there's JobKeeper, sure, that's one thing, but you could also just put people in and doing work which is meaningful. It gives them purpose. They're out there seeing something. And not only is it potentially helping with the bloom, it's also fish habitat.
Yeah.
They can be involved in helping where the sites are located, you know, that best suits them. So, you know, these projects are very collaborative.
Have you spoken to state government about this so far? Since the bloom, I mean, not the kind of ongoing projects that are in the water.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're saying it needs to come from federal government money?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. If there's anything extra you can give us on notice, we will take that. And that brings our hearing to a close for today. We've had 4 very packed days across the state. We are still going to be having hearings in Canberra where we've got the government officials and some of the national peak bodies. But for now, this will end our South Australian leg. I want to thank Hansard for travelling with us over the last week and our Secretariat staff who have I think had a good time, but worked very hard. So thank you. And my fellow senators, it's been great to be on the road with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We close.
Chair.